Hello, everybody. We here for the uh, Thornton Township question and answer meeting. It's a special meeting. So what we're doing right now is um, I'm I'm streaming live to Vivian. Vivian is the survivor, and thanks to Vivian, I'm filming through her. So we're just waiting for them to come in and set up and start the meeting. In the meantime, I'm on here live because Jedediah Brown is there at is already approached Vivian trying to start something. So I just wanted to make sure that nobody else walk up on her or we see them walk up on her. So I just want to bring it to the attention that this is what's going on with her. With, so come on in, all the Foxy Angels.
Yeah, like for me, when this shit don't work right, you gotta go. Yeah, I do it. I'll turn the deal. See, cause it's doing fine now, right? When I started, horizontal, vertical, horizontal. I'm gonna just start. No, you can
Test, 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 test.
no. That's correct. Absolutely correct. 3 times.
Okay, everyone. So they'll be starting soon. Again, this is a special meeting by Napoleon and the board. They're doing questions and answers today. So everyone's there to see what questions are going to be asked and what answers and how they're getting the answers. Hopefully, it'll give everybody something what they want or they
I
wanted to know.
know.
So
Okay, but
we're
I
just
know
waiting for
that
the meeting to start. We got a few minutes before the meeting starts. Like I said, I just want to make sure that Vivian and Ryan and them are okay.
did you take a bath today? Because ain't you in the same clothes you was in yesterday? Out here with a cross out on
Yeah, Ryan, Vivian and Ryan is okay because Jedediah had already walked up on Vivian when she was out in the parking lot by herself, and the police is here to protect Ryan. So, like I said, we're just here to support.
Yes, I do. So you can take your bone back over there and tell him to stop holding my
And so the people from Harvey is there, and he's already said that he was going to harass them too. So he's out to harass people now. So that's all he can do now is come and start trouble. I'm gonna put myself on mute, and we're just gonna continue to watch Vivian
How
live.
you doing?
So
That should tell you something right here. That should tell you something.
there goes the super producer.
We're here at I said it. That's like I was looking at it. Yeah.
Let's see, can we do super producer today? Well, I mean they're all right. Vivian's okay.
This is some sort of, this is what I heard. Okay, this is candidates speaking, question and answer.
Senator Robert Fuller. Nice to meet you. Running for Congress in the Illinois Senate. Yeah, nice to meet you guys.
supposed to be your honest. And who is the message? So let's be real. Be friends with everybody. You know what I mean? We all got time. Hey, get out your line. Let me get out of here. It's facing the face.
Yeah, we got his ass cold. Absolutely. Okay. That was my line. You got to watch it later. Police came with that fucking thing. Mayor came up. Oh, it was that. You got it.
Okay, it's a peaceful place. We all don't agree, but we all get along, right? We all respecting each other. He is the only one that don't do that. So, you know, it is what it is. That's right. Hey, everybody. Tell Rico to bring Critical Smoker back. They said bring Critical Smoker back. He said he don't want to come back.
I know there's all the noise in the background you can't hear. So I'm sorry, everyone. Hi, Justin. Thank you for being on my live.
Yeah, they're
Hi,
gonna be
Michael.
I don't know.
Yes, Jedediah out in the parking lot trying to harass me with one of his goons. Okay, he tried to fight Vivian,
Maybe get on the
and
other
and he went up to Vivian's car in the car by himself, started arguing with her, and he asked her a
No,
question.
that's
She told him to hold, and he got ready to hit her. So
maybe.
he did because the security guard, the police officer in the township called the police on him. So now they're gonna find this. They're trying to get Ryan has a restraining order because he
Napoleon's
came
here.
here
Let me let y'all
to the
see.
township. That's so he wouldn't
Right there.
get messed with.
He's not in the suit today. I'm surprised. He's a little bit more relaxed today.
So I'm just as Justin and Michael and Michael
But just want
come
to let y'all
in.
know we all get
Just
along.
going out, and he can come in when I need to, and then
Oh,
we
that was
just gonna listen and watch and see what this
I'm sick of this. Yeah. Thank you. Whoever said I was looking good, thank you.
You can hear some of my voice clap twice. If you are a candidate looking for support or ready to speak, please head to the other side of the floor.
I know.
From city government, you are being called to the floor. If we can hear the sound of my voice clap once,
Come on, school.
hear the sound of my voice clap twice.
How you doing,
LG,
Cole?
we need you.
I'm all in the queue.
LG, we need you.
Wait a minute, somebody said something. No, that wasn't her, Javar. That was this lady named Sheila, the one that was talking about me with her camera on the Hobo Advocates
Toby's there, you
stream.
all.
That was her. But anyway, we get ready to start. Harvey, where? Good. Okay, do y'all need me to? Do y'all want me to zoom in, or y'all think y'all close enough?
I don't just want to block these people.
Yeah, don't be blocking me. Right here, look right here. You know we have to squeeze in the tight spaces now. Use your manners. Okay, you good?
Good evening, good evening.
Okay.
First and foremost, I want to welcome everyone here tonight for the Q&A. This was brought about because we had at our township meeting, we had a resident suggest that we bring out candidates who represent Thornton Township, and I thought this would be a good idea. Have you hear from them some of the issues that support or maybe we don't support here in the township. But more than anything, it was an opportunity to hear directly from the candidate where you're not just seeing them on television commercials and pamphlets that you're receiving at your home. So we invited the candidates out. Some could make it tonight. Some scheduling was an issue for some. Some are running late. But nevertheless, the ones that are here, we're going to hear from them. This was meant to be inviting, friendly, family atmosphere, just to really get information. This is an information gathering setting. This is not a political setting. This is not something where there's any endorsements or anything of that nature. This is purely for informational purposes, to make sure that you as a constituent understand the issues and find some information regarding the particular candidate or elected official in their respective roles. We have, as you know, we have races coming up in the 2026 block, and we have U.S. Senate race. You know, it's been known for a few months now that U.S. Senator Dick Durbin has decided not to run for re-election, and thus far people who have submitted or made known that they are anticipating or trying to get the office of U.S. Senator have been our Lieutenant Governor Juliana Stratton, Congressman Roger Christopher, and Congresswoman Robin Kelly. Those three. I believe that Congresswoman Kelly is in D.C. I don't believe she'll be here tonight, but Congressman Roger Christopher will be here shortly. But we have with us now our Lieutenant Governor, Ms. Juliana Stratton, who served in the General Assembly before taking that role of being Lieutenant Governor. And tonight, the format is, if you haven't received them already, there's some cards going around, but we also have some questions that I've done based on certain topics of the day, so to speak, that we'll go around, she'll pick it, and then we'll go from there. So, let's see. So the way the format is going to run, the candidate is going to have an opportunity to have a 3-minute opening statement. Then they'll select the card, the topic, I'll ask the question, and then we'll go a little Q&A, simple, and then she'll have a closing statement, 2 minutes. So without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, our Lieutenant Governor, Ms. Juliana Stratton.
Thank you so much. Good evening, everyone. Good evening. Thank you. First of all, I just want to thank your committeeman, Supervisor Napoleon Harris. Thank you for your leadership, and to all of the Thornton Township Democrats for this gathering tonight. And thank you all for being so engaged in our democracy. This is what democracy looks like, people coming out to hear from the candidates who want to represent them. And I get the opportunity to work with your supervisor, and I just want to say thank you so much for bringing us together. I am Juliana Stratton. I'm proud to serve as your Lieutenant Governor alongside Governor J.B. Pritzker, but I'm especially proud to be here tonight as a candidate to represent you in the United States Senate. We have an opportunity. As you heard, Senator Dick Durbin decided that he is not running for re-election in 2026. And it will be the first time that this seat is open in 30 years. So there's an opportunity to elect someone new and bring new voices, new perspectives, and new energy to Washington, D.C. I always say that I'm not a typical politician. I don't come from a political family. I didn't come from, this was not the plan that I had my whole life. I got to this place of running for Senate because 10 years ago I was caring for my mother who had Alzheimer's. And as I was caring for her, my previous state representative and our previous governor were working to strip away health care from seniors. And I looked at the television and I yelled at the television, somebody should run against him. I did not know it would be me, but I saw a need and I stepped up to meet that need because I knew that so many seniors in our communities needed health care just like my mother did. Here we are, 10 years later. I ran that race and I won it, by the way. And now 10 years later, what I've been doing is not sitting around planning to run for Senate. I've been doing the work, getting big things done for the people of Illinois alongside our governor. We have created thousands of jobs all over our state. We raised the minimum wage, lifting so many people out of poverty. And we have protected our rights, which is so important. And so here I am seeing another opportunity where we are again seeing so much being stripped away by Donald Trump and congressional Republicans. And once again, I, Juliana Stratton, see a need and I'm stepping up to fill it. So I'm here tonight grateful for this opportunity to answer your questions and to share a little bit about my campaign for United States Senator. But mostly what I want you to know is that I don't want this to be the only time we talk. My job as a senator will be to take your voices with me to Washington. And that means we have to be together. You all have seen me in the Southland, and some of you may not have, but I've been here over and over again. I saw some people tonight that I saw last time I was here. And my job will be to recognize all of the strengths of the Southland, making sure that I advocate for you and take your voices with me to Washington. And I look forward to working hard to earn your support. And I'm ready to take your questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Lieutenant Governor. At this time, Mr. Russell is going to present some cards, pull from the cards, and then that's where we're going to start with the questions.
Okay. Oh, you take it. The category, this is like Jeopardy. The category is voting rights and democratic reform.
So the first question is, the Supreme Court's recent decisions have weakened federal voting protections. Will you support federal legislation to guarantee things like same-day registration, automatic registration, and vote by mail? Also, and will you advocate for the structural reforms, i.e. filibuster changes or court expansions, necessary to make that legislation possible?
Well, first of all, voting rights are important to all of us. I mean, we're all here because we understand the power of the vote. And we know that there's an administration in Washington right now that wants to take away that power. They want people to be disenfranchised. They want to suppress the vote. I'm proud of what we've been able to do here in Illinois to expand the right to vote. Those things that you talked about, same-day voter registration, mail-in ballots and voting, those are things that we have done here in Illinois, which is why I want to run for why I'm running for the United States Senate, because I want to take the things that we have gotten done right here in Illinois to Washington, D.C. When I think about, one of the things that I want to say about voting rights is to recognize that Donald Trump has spent so much of his time, not just in this term, but his first term and every year in between, trying to spread lies about our voting system, our election system. Our election system is safe and it is fair, but he is trying to discredit it so that people will step away and not trust our voting and electoral system. We have to make sure that, first of all, we counter those lies. And one thing that I am not shy of doing is calling out Donald Trump and his lies and his nonsense. And we need fighters like that in Washington who are going to look him in the eye and tell him that what he is saying is simply not true, and then make sure that the truth gets told to the people that we represent. So I would make sure that I fight for the things that we have already done here in Illinois. I will work hard to pass and make sure I vote for the John Lewis Voting Rights Act to make sure that we can expand access to voting. And let me tell you one quick story. My father marched from Selma to Montgomery. He knew back in 1965 how important it was to get up and do something, to fight for people to have the right to vote. And that's in my DNA. And I look at my father's article that he wrote that's hanging in my office in the Illinois State Capitol that talks about him marching at that time. And he said the reason why he did it was because he didn't like how people were being treated, and he wanted to make sure that he stood up and was counted. That's exactly the kind of leader that I'm going to be, someone who stands up and makes sure that the voices of the people of Illinois gets counted. And I'll do that not only by passing legislation to protect voting rights, but also making sure that we hold all of our systems accountable, especially since they are all under attack right now. Do I pick another card? Okay. Okay. The category is wealth tax and funding public services.
The wealthiest Americans control a disproportionate share of national wealth. Do you support a federal wealth tax on billionaires and millionaires to fund the universal programs? If yes, how would you structure it, enforce it, and which of these public services would you be prioritizing first?
Well, thank you for that question, and the answer is yes. I mean, look what just happened in Washington, D.C. over the last few days. We are seeing an attack on working people by the Trump administration and congressional Republicans. We are seeing millions of Americans being stripped of their health care. We are seeing millions of Americans being stripped of SNAP benefits, benefits that will help them put food on the table for themselves and their children. And I will not stand for that. I don't think that we should have a government that is making it harder for working class people and our most vulnerable among us, while it is giving tax breaks to the ultra wealthy. And that's what we are seeing by the Trump administration right now. Donald Trump, Elon Musk, and his friends, they're all going to get wealthier with the tax breaks that they just got. What I would like to see is that we have a tax break for middle class families, and that we pay for it by a tax increase for millionaires and billionaires. So that's the structure that I would see, and I think that that will help us to fund more, not the other way around, which is what this administration is doing. Middle class families need relief. Things are too expensive. It's too expensive for groceries. Housing is expensive. Everything. It's just hard to take care of your basic everyday needs, and yet why are we the ones seeing the tax increase? It should be the other way around, and as your next United States Senator, I will stand up and be a voice and fight for the working families of Illinois.
In your opening statement, you talked about one of the reasons that you got involved in government was health insurance and seeing families disproportionately kicked off or therefore the lack thereof. Nearly 30 million Americans lack coverage. Do you support Medicare for all, or would you propose an alternative plan? If you oppose a single-payer system, explain exactly how you would approach or remove the private profits from essential care involved in universal coverage and the cost control measures.
What I want to see is that we make healthcare more accessible and affordable for everyone. Because right now, I'm worried that we're not going to have healthcare. We've already seen so many people be stripped away of their Medicaid. And if we don't have fighters in Washington who are going to stand up to Donald Trump and be a fighter for the people that they represent, I don't know where this is going to end up. But that's the kind of fighter that I will be. We have already helped reduce medical costs and the cost of insurance right here in Illinois, and you've been a part of that work. We have, if you just saw recently, we have eliminated the work of the pharmacy benefit managers because there was a middle person that was, instead of you just getting the medication that you need, there was a middle person who was coming and making your prescription drugs more expensive. Here in Illinois, we're making the cost of prescription drugs more affordable. We are eliminating medical debt for tens of thousands of Illinoisans. For people who can't get ahead, their credit is messed up, they can't get it impacts their job and so much more because they have medical debt. But people should not be punished because they broke their leg or because some other medical issue happened to their child. And so we are eliminating medical debt, again, making life more affordable. And through the Healthcare Protection Act, which we passed in our administration, we are making healthcare more affordable. I don't know if you all have ever heard of something called step therapy. Have you heard of that concept? Step therapy means that when your doctor tells you, here's what I want you to do. I want you to take this treatment, and this is going to help you feel better. Step therapy said, no, we're going to start with this. I don't care. The insurance company comes in and says, start with this first. I know your doctor said that, but I want you to start with plan A. Oh, plan A fails, let's try plan B. Plan B fails, let's go to C. Meanwhile, guess what? You have no relief. So we eliminated the step therapy. And I know that Senator Robert Peters is here today. He was one of the chief sponsors of that legislation. You'll hear from him later. But that's the work that we have done in Illinois to make sure that it's not insurance companies that are just getting rich, but that when you have a need, a medical need, you work with your doctor. Because it should be between you and your doctor and not an insurance company to tell you what kind of care you need.
Got a couple more questions for you, Mr. Lieutenant Governor. Housing rights and tenant protections. Housing affordability is a crisis, especially here in Illinois. Do you support national rent control, tenant bill of rights, and large public housing investments, or would you back a federal funding for community land trust or housing co-ops to reduce displacement? And if so, how would you implement that to scale?
Well, I think what I would do is I would want to hear from the communities like the ones, like those of you here today around what is the best solution for your community. There are going to be so many plans, but one thing we know, housing is not, there's not enough housing. There's not enough affordable housing, and that people cannot afford to get homes. I have 4 daughters, and my daughters are, 3 of them are adults, and they're constantly asking the question about whether they are going to ever be able to buy a home or buy a condo. That is a typical conversation that so many people are having. And we have to have a real conversation and a plan. But what I don't want to do is not ask what is the need of a particular community, because communities have different needs. What your community looks like, what the feel of the community is, where housing should be, how you spur economic growth, which I know is so important for the Southland, and what kind of housing patterns go along with that. All of that is important. So I would want to make sure that we are including the voices of the people that I'm representing and making sure that we look at the differences between, because I chair the Rural Affairs Council for our administration, housing needs in rural communities where there are so many older homes and we can't get a lot of young people to move into those communities versus what you might see in a dense area. So we have to look at solutions that include the unique needs of each of the communities. And I want to take your voices with me to Washington, D.C., and we will work on those solutions together.
One of the hot topics of the moment, and has been so over the last few years, has been immigration. What's your stance on a plan for immigration as opposed to what's currently going on at the federal level?
First of all, Illinois follows the law, and Illinois follows the Constitution. And so when we talk about immigration, what we are seeing right now is people being snatched off the streets by people who have masks. We cannot see their faces. They're being put into cars that don't have any markings on them, and there's no due process. And I believe in following the Constitution, and I believe in the right to due process, and that's what we have always fought for here in Illinois. Now, let me be clear. If there is someone who is convicted of a violent crime or a threat to public safety, from that standpoint, convicted of a violent crime, we would work with our federal partners to make sure that they are removed. Because somebody who is a threat to public safety and convicted of a violent crime, we would want to see that happen. But I'm not talking about what we are seeing. That's not what we're seeing right now. We are seeing neighbors, people who have been here for a number of years, who are working, taking care of their children. They are our neighbors. They're people that we see all the time being ripped away, stuffed into cars, and that is not following the Constitution. And to me, Donald Trump and congressional Republicans are getting to a place where they are overlooking our Constitution. They're stomping on our Constitution. And I don't think that it's right. And we have to recognize that we have to follow the Constitution. We all just celebrated the 4th of July and recognize how fragile our democracy can be when we decide that we're going to overlook what the law is. And if you do it for one group, you're going to do it for another group as well. And I just need to say that. So what I would like to see in terms of immigration is I want to see a real path to
I'm in with the
citizenship.
opinion.
There are people who
Right
have been
now
here
we
for
have
a number of years.
Napoleon, he's doing the moderation. This lady running for Senate, United States Senator to represent the state of Illinois. So she's doing question and answer, so everybody can find out what what is her plan to be a senator to represent the state of Illinois. There's a couple more candidates that are supposed to be there, but they was unable to make it due to scheduling. So she's showing up so they're getting the questions and answers from her. So this is where we are right now.
The enforcement dollars should focus again on a threat to public safety, because public safety must always be highest priority.
This is my final question before your closing statements. With the federal government being so polarizing, and with the president having both chambers, the Senate and the House, what does your candidacy, or you being the U.S. Senator, how does that influence or affect change that Thornton Township is looking for at the federal level?
First of all, it's not going to be easy. But I didn't run because I was looking for something that was easy. I'm running because when I woke up the day after Election Day in November, I have a little one. She's 9 years old, and when she woke up, she was in tears when we told her the outcome of the election. And I knew that we had to step up and do something and fight back. Now, there were a lot of people who kind of said, I don't know, this took something out of me, and I'm not sure what I can do if I have any more left in me. But what I knew that it wasn't just about us. It's about our children and our children's children. And if we don't fight back right now against what's happening in this chaos in Washington, D.C., then what's going to be left of our democracy in our country? What's going to be left of our rights? So, how will I handle things in Washington, D.C.? The way that I have as your lieutenant governor, the way that I did when I was a state representative, the way that I handled things when I was a local school council rep at a Chicago public school on the south side of Chicago. I will do it, number one, by centering the people that I'm supposed to be representing. That you don't run for this kind of office because you want a title or because you think it's something cool to do. You do it because you're ready to roll up your sleeves and do the hard work of representing people and their interests. The work that we have done here in Illinois has put the people right at the center. The second thing I will do, and somebody asked me tonight, will you fight? I will be a fighter. When I go around this state, there is one thing that people look me in the eye when I say, what's your key issue? They say, number one, I want someone to stand up and fight. Because the old playbook in Washington is no longer working. We need new ideas, we need fresh perspectives, and we need somebody who's going to go toe to toe. And I will go to the mat fighting for each and every one of you. And the third thing that I will say is that we have a blueprint right here in Illinois in terms of how to get things done. And so I don't go to Washington not with ideas and not with the ability to get things done, because we got it done right here. And I want to bring that same fight and that same ability to get things done to Washington. Now, I'll tell you this as I close. I'm a lawyer, and for 20 years, I did mediation. That means I brought people to a table just like this. People who were on opposite ends, they were in conflict, they did not agree, and I brought them to a table just like this and said, let's work on trying to find a resolution. So I will always work to find the best solution for the people, no matter what it is, no matter where the idea comes from. But I will never compromise my values. And I think that's what we as Illinoisans always know. We have strong values, family values, community values, and I am not going to compromise those values for anyone. I'll do what's best for you as the people of Illinois. That wasn't my closing. I want to say one quick thing. 2 minutes, all right. I just want to say thank you all for the opportunity to speak with you about my campaign. This is not going to be easy. It is going to be a lot of hard work, but I am ready to do that work. I am ready to roll up my sleeves and humbly work hard to earn your support. For those of you who have already expressed your support, thank you. It means the world to me. But to those of you who are still deciding, just know I'm going to work hard. And this will not be the last time that we talk to each other, because I see this as an ongoing relationship, and that's how it should be with your elected officials. And so I look forward to working hard every day on the campaign trail. I know that we can win this. I can win this race, but I cannot do it without your support. I'm Juliana Stratton. I'm running for United States Senate, and I humbly ask for your support. Thank you so much for hearing me.
I think she did excellent in answering the question and staying on the question and not deviating from the question. I think she did an excellent job. Now I pray that she actually backed that up with actually what she said, because I think she'll be an ideal candidate to represent Illinois. That's just my opinion.
Came right up here and talking about.
So next up, we have more candidates for the United States Senate who will arrive. We have Congressman Rajar Krishnamurthy, and we also have Mr. Anthony Williams.
Okay, here's the next candidate.
So once again, these are the declared candidates running for United States Senate. At the time when Lieutenant Governor was presented, I didn't know that anyone else would see it at the moment. So the structure is, we're gonna have 3-minute opening remarks, introduction, and then we're gonna select from the cards, topic, and then we'll ask a Q&A, and then you have 2 minutes followed each item. This is not, like I said before, you guys wasn't here, this is an opportunity to just have dialogue with the community. This is not an endorsement session, it's more so an information, informative. So at this time, we're going to have Congressman Raja, your 3-minute opening statement, and then we'll go to Mr. Williams for his opening statement, and then you select cards and we'll ask questions.
Good morning, good evening. Good evening. And it's an honor to be with you. As I like to say, it's an honor to be any place they can pronounce my name right. And it's a true story. When I first ran for office, I said, hi, my name is Raja Krishnamurthy. And the person looked right back at me and said, Roger Christian Murphy. Very nice to meet you. In any case, I want to just say thank you to Senator Harris for having us today. Give him a big round of applause for everything he does every day. And he has a mean golf game as well, as I recently learned. So congratulations. And I just want to say a big thank you to all of you for coming out. Look, I'll just tell you a little bit about my background, and then why am I here. My background is, I was born in India, came to this country when I was 3 months old. Things were going great until suddenly the recession of 1973 hit us really hard. And at that time, my father lost his income. But thanks to the generosity of the American people, we were allowed to move into public housing and food stamps. So I spent about half of my early childhood in those 2 life-sustaining programs. And my father was able to get back on his feet and then find a great job in, of all places, Peoria, Illinois. And so that's where we entered the middle class, and pretty much every night at the dinner table, my father would say something along the lines of, think of the greatness of this country, and whatever you do to my brother and me, just make sure this country is there for the next families who need it. That became my North Star. And so fast forward through college and law school, coming back and working in the public and private sectors in Illinois, I got elected to this position, and 5 terms later, that mission statement assigned to me by my parents has become the mission statement of my office. Make sure this country is there for the next families who need it. Period. End of story. That's what I believe is my why, my purpose on earth, and I think that's also what motivates me to run for the U.S. Senate. I believe right now, especially now, during the economic chaos that Donald Trump has unleashed, we're kind of in a moment where, unfortunately, the question that's before us is, do we want a government that's there fighting for those who are trying to make it, or a government that's there catering to those who haven't made it? I believe we always want a government that's fighting for those who are fighting to make it. That's my story, and I believe the American dream needs to be accessible to everybody. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. Good evening. I'm Anthony W. Williams, and I am a native of the state of Illinois, raised in Chicago, a 30-year resident of Dalton, Illinois, the Township. Somebody asked me, why do you want to run for the United States Senate? I said, to do good. And they paused. As a citizen, I'm a pastor of the United Church of Christ. I'm an elected trustee at the South Suburban College. Let me share with you. You know you don't get paid for that. You got to get elected, y'all. 6 years, you don't get paid for that. What kind of person did they tell you that I am? April 27th, I introduced Governor J.B. Prescott to sign the Illinois Health Reform Bill. My son got killed. I knew that we had to address the number one issue of the 21st century, and that's violence. The number one issue of the 21st century is not the economy, it's not Donald Trump, it's the disease of violence. Somebody has to address it, you all. It's a disease, infectious but not contagious. It has to be addressed by the process of civility. You can say whatever you want, we're in troubled times, but I'm saying, don't you get weary. I have a history of fighting and being on the right side of history. You can Google me up. If you all, this race is in your hands. It's an open race. And it's about who's going to help you and your family eat. Do you want what's best for your family, y'all? Yes. I want to talk about the Illinois Best Plan. The best educational system in the world, the best transportation system in the world, the best healthcare system in the world. I want the best for you all and for this state. We are blessed to be in a great blue state like Illinois. And so I represent something different. I'm not a part of the status quo. And so that's my background. I have a history of service, not just showing up and talking good, but working every day for free, you all. For free. So this is going to be a great debate, but I tell you, I'm a little bit, and wouldn't it be something, you got a pope from Thornton Township, wouldn't you have a senator from Thornton Township? Come on, y'all. Great day. Thank you.
I stay on one side of everything.
Supervisor, excuse me, folks, I got to answer this. Supervisor, this says Green New Deal and just translate.
So the question is, do you fully support the Green New Deal framework, and what specific policies would you champion to shift the economy away from fossil fuels to create unionized green jobs and invest in communities historically burdened by pollution?
Well, first of all, I support it wholeheartedly because of the fact that we've got to realize that the environment is being destroyed every day. And there are technologies out there, some that I'm not aware of, some that I am aware of. And so I support it wholeheartedly.
Your question.
Corporate power and anti-monopoly strategy.
The question is, corporations wield systemic influence in our economy and politics. What specific legislation would you sponsor to break up monopolies, limit corporate political spending, and foster public or cooperative ownership in critical sectors like housing, healthcare, or energy?
Thank you. This has kind of been my career, defined my career in Congress, which is taking on bad corporate actors and corporate bullies. I led the investigations into Juul and e-cigarette companies for preying on our youth and hooking them onto vapes. I went after food conglomerates that basically poison our baby food with toxic heavy metals. I went after Johnson & Johnson, which sells carcinogenic, cancer-causing baby powder, mainly targeted at black and brown people. I went after all of these corporate bullies, and I won, held them accountable. Now I have to go after the biggest bully of them all, and that's Donald Trump. We cannot be in a situation where people are unaccountable. And that includes big tech and other industries where there's tremendous market consolidation, where there's so few competitors, they're able to hike the prices at will. And one of them, by the way, is retail grocery chains. Am I right about that?
Absolutely.
They have a stranglehold on the food supply chain.
And gas.
I went after the most recent merger that was about to happen in the industry. And I won, and that's why I won the endorsement of UFCW 881, the Food and Commercial Workers Union. Why? Because they can't even afford the food that they stock on the shelves in the grocery stores. That's why the 34,000 strong union endorsed me. We have to go after corporate monopolies, introduce more competition. Why? You get more small businesses playing on the playing field. When you have more choices, you have higher quality and lower prices. That's true for housing, that's true for food, that's true for tech, that's true about all industries.
Mr. Williams, your question is concerning public safety. In light of ongoing calls for public safety reform, will you support federal divestment from traditional policing, redirecting funds towards mental health, community-led violence prevention, and restorative justice programs? And what legislative steps will you take to enact that change?
I want to go back, Mr. Supervisor, so everybody can really hear me. What does the word violence mean? To violate. The word violence means to violate. One of the key reasons why I'm in this race is to address this disease of violence, you all. The biggest violators on Pennsylvania Avenue right now. Am I correct? That's understand what that word means, to violence. I keep saying it, and I will get on the top of a mountain and say to every citizen, if we don't address this issue of violence correctly, we're done. That's our public. So you got to educate people what this is. You got to educate. You got to work towards collaboration. You got to work towards civility, and you've got to deal with the public policy and redirect the funding. Right now, we just don't know because everything is uncertain. But I will tell you this from personal experience and pain. If we know how to address the issue of violence right now, you're done because no one is safe. Violence means violent. Racism is violence. Economic suppression is violence. Political violence. It's all the same thing. So we've got to address this disease right now because America is falling, but I'm optimistic. But at the same time, I'm in this race to say to you and I, you don't want the pain of losing a loved one, do you? It don't feel good when somebody broke your child's brains out, y'all.
Time.
That's public safety.
The next one is for you, Congressman Chris Morgan. The Supreme Court's recent decision have weakened federal voting protections. Will you support federal legislation to guarantee things like same-day registration, automatic voter registration, and vote by mail? And will you advocate for structural reforms, i.e. filibuster changes and court expansions necessary to make the legislation possible?
I'm the prime sponsor of the John Lewis Voting Rights Act. This must become the law of the land. This would require broad acceptance of absentee ballots, allow for election day to be a holiday, a national holiday, so people don't have to take time off of work to vote. It would also allow for, finally, us to be able to see the finances through disclosure rules of all presidential candidates, which doesn't necessarily exist today. And so this particular bill needs to become legislation. We called it H.R. 1 because it's the #1 most important bill that we should pass in Congress. John Lewis happened to be a friend and a mentor to me and a hero. And so if we could even just pass that, it would be one of the defining kind of great pieces of legacy for this civil rights giant. With regard to other issues, I personally think that we have to do everything we can to make voting easier, not harder. There's a case called Shelby versus Holder during the Obama administration, which reversed voting rights protections in the former states of the Confederacy. We must reverse those reversals. We have to go forward. Because if we don't change what's not working, it's going to remain broken. Thank you.
Time. Next question for you, Pastor. Leadership style and movement building. Illinois has seen Senator Durbin's governing style firsthand. If elected, how would you approach or defer in terms of coalition building, progressive leadership, and institutional change? And what lasting structural outcome would you strive to achieve? For example, do you see yourself providing a new healthcare model, or voting access, or a new policy that to the likes of having been pushed aggressively to your life that reflects your core political values?
Our campaign is not built around Anthony Williams. We have a title we're working for. It's called Power to the People. That's our campaign slogan. Power to the people. It means solidarity. It means working with everybody. That's my history of coalition building. My thing is to stay on the right side of history. And we need to, have you ever been to East St. Louis, y'all? Have you ever been to East St. Louis? That's where Derby from. It don't look good down in East St. Louis. I was in East St. Louis. They tell me they rob churches down there every Sunday. That's East St. Louis. It is to bring prosperity to the state of Illinois, and particularly the Thornton Township. You think I'm gonna keep letting Harvey look the way it looks? Robbins look the way it looks? You've got to bring people up with you. It's not about an individual. It's about you all. If you ain't eating, I ain't eating. If they repossessing your car, they repossessing my car. If you go in your refrigerator, ain't nothing in there, ain't nothing in my refrigerator, you all. When you see a young mother that's struggling, standing on the corner with 3 children trying to make it, I'm in pain too. So when the tides rise, all ships rise. And believe me, as a civilian, I put hundreds and hundreds of people to work. I know my body of work speaks to itself. Send somebody there with a new spirit and new energy. Not the same old tired rhetoric, y'all. America's changing, and if Rome falls, you had to survive. It's about our survival right now. Do you want somebody going there playing the same old game, or do you want somebody that's going to speak the power that you want to hear? So our campaign is about building everybody. All 4 corners of the state we're covering. And we're talking to the people in Peatone, where they should never build an airport. Power to the people. That's our campaign slogan.
This final question is for both of you guys before you go to your final, before you go to your close. With the national topic and rhetoric surrounding immigration, how would you guys defer your immigration policy from what's currently going on in the federal
Okay,
level?
power to the people. Did he not say? Okay.
First of all, I don't think anybody in this room disagrees that we should have a secure border and a working legal immigration system. However, when an ICE agency sends out hundreds, if not thousands, of text messages to residents throughout the Chicago area telling them to check in to their ICE facility in the South Loop, and these people report downtown on Father's Day to check in, and then they get snatched away from their families without any counsel, and their families have no idea where they've gone, that's not America. That's not a government that is working for the people. It's a government that's out of control. When my office and others contacted our government to try to figure out what happened at these ICE facilities, they didn't respond. Congressman Jonathan Jackson and myself went straight to that ICE facility, knocked on the door, they wouldn't let us in. We kept knocking. They finally let us in, and we were met with a masked ICE agent. The masked ICE agent refused to provide his identification, refused to show his identity, refused to answer any questions, and then he called the CPD to evict us as trespassers. That is a government out of control. Right now, we have a situation where, unfortunately, the Trump administration is acting with impunity. And when people act with impunity, bad things happen. Today, they're coming for migrants. Tomorrow, they're coming for legal immigrants. And the next day, they'll be coming for you and for me. Thank you.
Reverend Williams, the same question, immigration policy.
Everybody should know it's a broken system. It's a broken system. It's been broken for a while. But yet I know and I'm optimistic that it can be repaired. It's very painful to see people snatched off the streets. Where I pastor at Windsor Park Lutheran Church at 76 and Saginaw, that's a multicultural community. So we have people from all over Central America, different parts. They're there, they're in the food lines. And I talk to them, why you come to America? They say, man, because it's too violent down there, man. It's too violent in Venezuela. It's too violent in Nicaragua. We came there because it's so violent there. That's what they have them say, we came because it's so violent. And so, you know, I don't have a magic wand for that. I do support the fact that the system has to be repaired because the system's been breached, and because of the violator who is now the executive director. I hope and pray that our good congressmen and others will continue to work to bring forth issues, but I support the right of people to come into this country legally.
Mr. Williams, there's 2 minutes to close, and then after that, Congressman Christian Morgan can close. 2 minutes to close.
Let me, with humility, thank you all. You know, I'm a senior citizen too, I want you to know that. And when they got to playing around with them Social Security checks, that bothered me. I wanted my check, y'all. And then that little picture, I wanted that too. It's you all's call. What do you all want? Take this senatorial race very seriously. What do you want? Do you want to have somebody that has your best interest? Do you want somebody that if you call them, you'll get a return call? What kind of person do you want? Do you want a servant to serve you? Or do you want the status quo to serve you? It's your call. Because all of our lives are at stake. They're not playing with us. Right now it's uncertain out here. It's unstable out here. And I would encourage all of you all with good sense. Send somebody there that's got the guts to stand for you. Send somebody there that has the track record in the background to say, I'm standing
Hey,
for
Dave
you,
Bryson.
not for craft, not for
This is
greed,
Pen
not for
speaking. I'll let you know
prestige.
what's going
If
on.
America is falling apart, what you gonna do?
Time.
All of us do our part. God bless you. Thank you.
Come on, Ross.
Congressman Christian Morgan, you close.
Thank you so much for your attention. Look, I think that right now, people are hurting. People are hurting. Whether you're working poor, whether you're middle class, whether you're growing a business, you saw what Donald Trump calls the big, beautiful bill. I call it the large, lousy law. It's about to wreak havoc on America and on Thornton Township and in Illinois. 17 million people are about to lose their health insurance. 200,000 people in Illinois alone are going to lose their SNAP benefits. And as a child of food stamps and public housing, that's personal to me. On top of that, people are going to lose their educational assistance. They're going to lose their housing assistance. And for what purpose? It's to fund tax cuts for the wealthiest among us. And to add insult to injury, one of the most outrageous tax breaks in the large lousy law was this. They're going to exempt silencers from taxes. They're giving tax breaks to murderers and assassins, and they're cutting you and me and others off vital social safety net programs. Wow. That's wrong. That's un-American.
You're right.
That's not
un-American. That is wrong.
So the question is this: what kind of a country do we want to be? What kind of a future do we want for our children? Because if you're like me, the one thing you want in life, I have 3 kids, a 20, a 16, and a 9 with my beautiful wife, Priya. The one thing you want in life is you want your kids to do a little better than you did. Am I right about that? Yeah. You want them to have a brighter future than you. And right now we're going the opposite direction in this country. As a child, I don't know why I got the breaks. My family got the breaks. I won the parent lottery, and I'm standing before you as a U.S. Congressman. But there but the grace of God go I.
Come on now.
And now we have to make sure that all of us put ourselves in the position of those who are the least of us and make sure that if we were in their position, this government would treat them the way we would want to be treated. It's putting the golden rule into law. That's why I'm running for the U.S. Senate, and I hope to have your support. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, give a round of applause for the two gentlemen.
Okay, I know that was long, right? It was late. Get on about that. But anyway, we're gonna have our second congressional candidates come up to the table, please. Second congressional candidates come up to the table.
Okay, now we're doing the congressional candidates. Before I go, for those that's in my chat, they just finished doing the candidates for Senate, U.S. Senator. Now they're doing this one. So let's watch and see what happens.
I'm done. Okay, we're gonna go down the list. We're gonna start from my left to right. We're gonna go introduction. We're gonna have a 3-minute intro. And then after the 3-minute intro, we have cards that's gonna be turned upside down. Just pick a card. That's gonna be one of the questions that's gonna get asked. We'll go down the list. And at the finale of it, we'll give you 2 minutes to close. All right. So we'll first start to my left with Senator Robert Peters.
Thank you, Senator. I'm State Senator Robert Peters of the 13th District. I'm also running for Congress. I'm running because Donald Trump and Republicans are taking an axe to our government and our well-being. And this axe is very personal to me. I was born in '85. My biological mom was addicted to heroin and drugs. I was born deaf and I had a speech impediment. Because of our system of child welfare, I was forced into adoption. And I was adopted by a civil rights lawyer for a dad who got 2 people off death row who were wrongly convicted. And I grew up struggling. I wasn't able to hear until I was 6 and fully able to speak until I was 12. There were people who told my parents they should have never adopted me. The fact is, we live in a world where people are constantly tossed to the side, thrown to the side, pushed to the brink. We see it so that people feel like they're increasingly isolated. As they're going through struggle, they try to go through it themselves. But what helped me get through and what helped so many get through is an investment in community. It's breaking that isolation. It's understanding what it means to have each other's backs. Fundamentally, what we need is not people who are going to just fight Donald Trump and say they're going to fight it. They need to have a vision for what this country should look like. We need people who understand that you have to give people good health care. You have to give people a good job. You have to give people good housing. You have to give people a sense of a community. In the Bible it says, without a vision, the people will perish. It is important for us as Democrats to provide a vision that looks out for the working people, particularly in the 2nd Congressional. This bill by Donald Trump is an utter disaster and disgrace. 30 to 40,000 people in the 2nd Congressional are going to lose their health care. 30 to 40,000 people are going to lose their SNAP benefits. 20,000 clean energy jobs could go away. Mortgages could go up by $1,000. This bill is an attack on all of us. It's an attack on our ability to live. And we need people in this party who understand what pain looks like and how they turn that pain into purpose and how they turn that purpose into power and how that power needs to benefit each and every one of us. We have too many politicians who focus on talking points and not policy. We have to have action. As a state senator, I've passed over 120 bills, working with Senator Harris on some of those bills, including the Illinois Healthcare Protection Act. As you heard from Lieutenant Governor Stratton, getting rid of step therapy, which is fail first policy, so that people have an easier time getting health care. I have worked to try to change our property tax system so that anybody who's stuck in a tax sale system doesn't lose their home, that they can get on a payment plan so they can keep their home and they can transfer it to the next generation. We're in the fight of our lives, and it's not enough for us just to be rooted in the idea of talking points and polling. We need to be rooted in a sense of community. That's why I'm running for Congress. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Mr. Jeremy Young.
Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
Well, I'm Jeremy Young. I'm running for Congress 2nd District 1. I was born and raised in the 2nd District of Illinois, Allgale Gardens, if y'all know what it is. I'm a legacy of advocacy through my grandmother, Carol D. Parker. She has a street named after her also in Allgale. And I hear those claps, yeah. Also, I'm running because I feel like the people want something different. I feel like we deserve people in office that's going to have an open government, that's going to listen to the people, that's going to consider the perils of the people as well. And I'm uniquely in this space because I not only grew up in Allgale, but I also worked in the 2nd District in Cook County as well. So I'm not telling you something I heard when I say I want to give homeowners relief on their taxes. Either we have to advocate for that in DC, or we got to reallocate money from the budget. Older adults should not lose their homes because they can't afford their taxes. Yeah. You know, and I think that's something we have to take seriously and we have to address. Also, I'm an advocate for youth violence. I created something called the Solution Summit, where we listen to the young people and see what their solutions to violence are. They should be at the table. You know, they are the bedrock of our community. They're the future. So I do call myself a youth advocate, and it graduated to a people's advocate, just about a work I've been doing as of lately. But I'm running to give the people a voice. I'm running to give everyday people a lean into DC, and I'm going to listen to your voices. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Commissioner Yumika Brown.
Thank you, Supervisor. Good evening, everyone. I am Commissioner Yumika Brown, and I am running to fight and protect and defend the 2nd Congressional District here. I've spent my entire life living in this district. I was raised in Roseland, and I was later rooted my family in the south suburbs in the 2nd Congressional District. And now more than ever, our community needs care and concern in Washington, D.C. And I know firsthand what that looks like. What brought me to this seat is that it came knocking at my door. I did not have the audacity to run, but I knew if it wasn't me, then who? When about 7 years ago, my son contracted an environmental illness that nearly took his life. And that's what really propelled me to run for office. It was blastomycosis, something that most of us can't pronounce. But when we see these things come into our communities, we know that we have to fight. So that propelled me to run for the Water Reclamation District, which I have been there for 3 years, fighting for environmental justice, independently, and just unbought, unbiased, and just really wanted to make a difference in our communities. Because when you want to do the right thing, it is not easy. And so when you want to run for Congress, that is not easy either. But I'm here standing tall because I know that we need someone that's going to fight for this district, who understands this district, and who does not come into this district when it's an open opportunity. So I'm here to fight for this district. I'm here to fight for Medicaid, Medicare. I'm here to fight for SNAP. Because once upon a time, my family, we have been on those social services, and I know how important it is. Many say that those are just opportunities because people don't want to work, but everyone isn't afforded the same opportunities. This big ugly bill says that you have to work 80 hours per month in order to be entitled to some of these resources. Well, where are the jobs? Where are people going to get the opportunities to stand up and protect and defend their families, to feed their kids? So that's why I'm running, because you can put these things into policies, you can have all the policies you want, but you also need to have understanding of what this community looks like. You need to have lived experiences from the 90s to the war on drugs to the present day. Some of the things are still the exact same. And we need change in this community. We need change in the state of Illinois, and I'm here to fight for that each and every day. Thank you.
Pull a card, we're gonna go through the questions, we're gonna go in the same order, first time and the second time. I'm gonna ask the audience to please hold applause. Like I said, this is informative. We just want to give everybody the respect and opportunity so they can be heard. Please hold your applause and let the candidates answer the questions accordingly. Thank you.
My card says democracy under threat.
Democracy. Given the ongoing efforts to undermine trust in elections, what concrete mechanism, not simply statements of support, would you sponsor or vote for to ensure independent election administration, protect poll workers, and hold accountable all those who spread disinformation about voting outcomes? How would you measure whether your efforts are succeeding?
Yeah, that's a big question. So currently we have an administration that obviously has involvement with January 6th, has spread disinformation around the 2020 election, and continues to spread disinformation about our democracy. In fact, I remember when I was working as a state senator, working on a few bills, Tucker Carlson, for example, attacked me, led to a bunch of death threats, calls from Texas, saying that I should get lynched, and that my family should meet him outside, and it was very frightening. And we live in this political environment where people are weaponizing violence against elected officials and against the community. And as we saw in Minnesota, that violence carried over to something very, very deadly. And so to me, what we need to do is we need to codify election rules on a national level. Okay, we have state by state bases that have different practices. So what you'll see in elections, sometimes Arizona will go different than Florida, that will go different than Illinois. We need to at least codify some of our elections nationally so that we can at least protect our election integrity. When it comes to things around false information and people trying to undermine our electoral process, well, in Brazil, when their president did that, he was sent to jail. Donald Trump, on the other hand, got back in the White House. That is a problem, and that cannot happen again. If someone is going to invade our Capitol and bring the traitor's Confederate flag on the Capitol floor, they have no place in our democracy because they lost that war. And to me, it's disgusting that that is back into a position of power. And so fundamentally, we need to strengthen our election protection on a national level, and we need to have a system that's going to hold people accountable when they try to undermine our elections. Whether that's through the AG, whether that's through policy, it needs to be through both in terms of the enforcement, and it needs to happen because that is a dangerous risk to our democracy. And so, I mean, having worked on some of these issues before, I was with Chicago Votes, we've seen an expansion in terms of blue states doing more to expand electoral rights. But the problem is, it can't just be blue states. It has to be the entire country. And that is something that I'm more than willing to fight for because I fought for as an organizer, I fought for as a state senator, and I'll fight for that in Congress. Thank you.
Yes, it says federal investment in community-based safety.
Over the last decade, federal funds have supported local policing, but far less funding has gone to evidence-based community violence prevention. What specific federal investments or legislation would you introduce to shift the funding from punitive systems
Okay, I
to
said what I said.
community-led safety
These
models
right
in
now
our
are
community? And how would you
congressional
track the outcomes to
candidates.
ensure that
They had this
citizens think that
U.S.
they
Senator candidates. They have already
Awesome
spoken.
question.
Now these are
One,
congressional
I
candidates.
do agree with,
So these are the question and answers for them for
for
their
community
campaign.
safety as far as,
So
I
now
don't,
you
I don't
caught
wanna
up.
use like trigger words, but we should put more money into things like mental health services. We should put more money into, organizations that invest in, community safety. And also things for young people to do. You know, I think that we have to get serious about what engages them and listen to them when they say, this is what we want to see in our community. So just like when I did Solution Summit, we have all these things that the city or the county will line out and say, hey, these are the things you should do. But a lot of young people don't want to do those things. And rarely are they at the table. So I propose we bring young people to the table, one, to see what they want to see in their own communities. If it's jobs, we create jobs. I think the young people are old enough to tell us and say, hey, I want to see this happen so I can be a part of it. So just like we did when I did Solution Summit, we'd go into the high schools and things like that and have a panel on young people. And on that panel, we would listen. They would tell us what they see, the needs in their community. A lot of times we'd say, let's stop the violence, for instance. Can't stop the violence without them because they feel like they are not protected. You know, they're the ones that's going throughout the streets and they're the ones that have to catch the bus through different neighborhoods. So it's important for us to listen to it. So overall, I will look into mental health spaces and I will put more funding into opportunities for them.
Commissioner Bryant.
Closing racial wealth gaps.
Research shows that the median wealth of black families is a fraction of what it is to white families. A gap particularly stark across the communities in the second congressional district. What specific tax policies, asset building programs, or reparative measures would you use to advance to close the racial wealth disparities? And what timeline would you issue for demonstrating these measurable progresses?
Thank you. That's a wonderful question. In the second congressional district, we know, and it is a fact, that the annual household income is much lower than the rest of the state. And so I believe that it's really important to create economic development in our community so that we can provide jobs and resources. We need more public safety so that businesses will want to come to our communities. We need more mental health services throughout the community. We also need educational systems where we can teach our kids to learn and grow, to look for some of these opportunities that currently exist. So those are some of the things that I would do. I would bring federal dollars back to IL2 so that we can create these resources for the community as well as the families, the kids, the seniors that live and reside within this community. Economic development, environmental justice, it should not be based upon your zip code. This should be fair and it should be accessible to everyone, regardless of where you live. And so that's something that I've been fighting for in my current capacity, and that's something that I will continue to fight for because it's very important. I believe that when you go to Washington, D.C., you need bold leadership. You need to be someone that's going to fight against broken systems. And even if that means that you're going to be in that role for 2 years, at least you can be as productive as you can be within that time instead of coming back to say, hey, I want another term, and you have done nothing for the people in IL2. So when I go to Washington, D.C., I'm going to fight for this community like I fight for everything else. As a former basketball player, I'm going to leave everything on the court to make sure that I bring resources and dollars back to IL2. Thank you.
This question is for Senator Peters. Many proposals focus on expanding insurance coverage, but access to care and health outcomes remain unequal. What reforms would you push beyond insurance expansion to ensure hospital systems, clinics, and providers deliver equitable, culturally competent care? And how would you ensure that healthcare systems in this district are held accountable for addressing disparities and maternal mortality and chronic disease.
Yeah, so, I mean, the first thing I'll say is we need a universal health system. I fundamentally believe that when we talk about public safety, it's often treated like it's rocket science. It's pretty simple. You give people good health care, you give people a good job, you give people good housing, you give people an ability to get from point A to point B, you give people good life, you give people power. That is the safety that we need. And so when I think about healthcare, the first thing is we need to have a universal healthcare system. We need to know that nobody is going to have to ever worry about whether they should go to a hospital or not because they can't afford it. On top of that, as a state senator and as chair of the Senate Black Caucus, I've worked with colleagues to invest millions in making sure that we can protect our safety net hospitals. We need to keep our safety net institutions open. In fact, this bill by Donald Trump and Republicans could close 2 hospitals in our backyards. At the same time, we need to make sure that people are actually getting the care they need at those hospitals. That it's not going to be driven by how much money you're going to bring in, but how much care they're going to give to people. So fundamentally, when we hospitals delivering the care to people. Healthy. And what we also know is that we need to invest in programs. We've seen a massive disinvestment and attack on DEI. We need more black doctors, more black nurses, and more black administrators. We need people who look like the community, come from the community, who are doing the care. But we can only do that if we're also investing in the education systems that allow that to happen. When you think about right now, if you go to a doctor, you're told highest rate a physician. We need to go more to the system.
The next question is for Mr. Young. Steel, logistics, and heavy manufacturing have been pillars of employment in our district, yet also major sources of pollution. What detailed policy or approach would you take to advocate for the transition of these industries toward a lower emissions while guaranteeing that no worker is left behind without income or retained support?
Yeah, awesome question. One of my pillars is clean energy, but also those things will create jobs. But 2, growing up in Hoggill, they call that the toxic donut. I don't know if you guys are familiar with that terminology, but that's what drives one of my pillars as far as environmental justice and actually invest in that clean energy. So I'm open to and investing in them. And we kind of use in these neighborhoods, especially specifically the 2nd district, is nationwide known for environmental racism. So I want to make sure we and bring jobs at the same time.
Brown, Commissioner Brown. Communities such as Harvey, Dalton, Chicago Heights, and Lansing has faced decades of disinvestment, population loss, and eroding tax bases. What specific federal funding plan or strategy would you use to help revitalize these communities? And community organizations playing as partners?
Thank you, that's a great question. As you all know, we are the highest tax communities in the state of Illinois. And I believe the state level or the local level, because we're saying is everyone's pointing fingers and it's whose responsibility is it? So I would want to create legislation to add accountability around who is taxing our communities. I believe that that's very, very important so that people can stay in their homes. People are losing their homes here in IO2 each and every day because they're being taxed out of their homes, and that is unacceptable. So that is some legislation that I would want to create to ensure that people can live healthy, productive lives with the everyday living wage, for the working class family. So that is important, and those are some of the things that I would do. Thank you.
For all of you, and we're going to let Commissioner Brown start and then go down the line. College enrollment alone has not resolved the income disparities for many residents of the 2nd Congressional District. What targeted education, apprenticeships, and union training programs, and how would you guarantee that those programs could actually to job opportunity in this district?
Thank you. I believe that you have three pathways. You could go to the military, you could go to college, and I believe what's really important is to put dollars into our communities where we can ensure that our kids are able to pick up a trade. One of the things that we're doing in the Southland Academy, where kids can go pick up a trade. Because one of the things that I see when I go to these trades, I don't oftentimes see people that look like me. So I think we have to create opportunities where these opportunities are open to everyone.
Just want to let
So I would
everybody
want to
know
create
that
federal
in
legislation
and out
and
with the
put
volume. It's not me,
federal
it's the
dollars
person
into
that
the
I'm used to
communities
sharing
so that
that
we can
live
ensure
all
that
in
we
the
give
queue.
people the access
And
to the
again, thank you
trades,
for all that you
whether to
allow me to
college,
use
creating
your
opportunities for
live
that
stream
in local
to
junior
broadcast.
colleges.
Thank you
I would
so
love to
much.
see where tuition could be free.
And also,
You should be
everyone,
able to go to
I
school in
want
your
you,
local
if you
community
get a chance,
and you can
go
pick up
over
a
and
trade or
sign
you
up
can go
who's
to a
all in the
military. There are
queue.
three pathways, and I think we need to start speaking
Go
upon
to
those,
I
and we
said
also need
what I
to create
said
federal dollars and opportunities for the students and the
and
families
go
in
to menu
IO2.
with opinion. And also go on to hit the thumbs up and
I
also
echo most of her points as well. I do believe we should create federal funding
subscribe
for
to
trade programs. It shouldn't just
OTR,
be
Off
college.
the Record.
What a lot of times what stand in the gap of success is if you want a real estate license, maybe you don't have the money to get the courses, but we can get federal funding for those things, especially while they're fresh out of high school. That can be eliminating that access that they can actually achieve. So create federal funding for trades and making it just as if you go and get a student loan for university, you can go get a student loan for a trade. And we should think about that in a real way. Also thinking about investing back into high school apprenticeships. I think those really gave young people purpose, and that allowed them to walk into their purpose as far as maybe what they want to do and taking steps toward it. Maybe they started in auto tech in high school, but then they go into owning a car shop after high school. So I think those things will help eliminate the disinvestment and making sure that we invest in not only just colleges, but the things they want to see. So if that's college, if it's military, or if there's a trade, we want them to have access to it.
Yeah, so let me first just start off. I remember I walked from college in 2009 without my degree. I was trying 10 credit hours short. I didn't finish getting my degree until 2023, partially because I lost my dad, and then I lost my mom, and I was just in the workforce. At the same time, I have $70,000 of student debt that's only going to increase more and more, particularly because Donald Trump, I don't know if you heard about this bill, but pretty bad, right? And so I'm going to literally be stuck with $70,000 of debt. And I remember everybody said, you're not going to go anywhere without a college degree. And it was all about college degree, college excellence. But I was in a situation where I couldn't necessarily afford it, and I had to go on in life and try to work. Having been unemployed twice and trying to finish school, that's almost impossible. You're just trying to get by and get food on the table. And at the same time, when you're trying to get food on the table using government assistance, we make it very hard for poor people to get government assistance, make them go through every hoops and loops and everything that they have to do in order to do so. So therefore, you don't even have enough time to navigate government assistance while you're trying to get a college degree, while you're dealing with $70,000 of debt, while you're dealing with an increase in rent. That's a terrible situation. And so fundamentally, we need to make college more affordable and more accessible to everybody. That has to happen no matter what. On top of that, when we think about trades, it's not just enough to get people in trades. You need to protect trade union jobs. Right now, this bill that passed is 20,000 clean energy union jobs that in this state is designed to go to black folks are literally on the verge of getting cut. So we need to expand the amount of jobs and job opportunities, particularly when it comes to trades. We need to invest to make sure trade schools are not just going to be in certain suburbs, but they're going to be in every community, so that nobody has to worry about whether they can hitchhike to get a ride to be able to go to trade school, that they can actually be able to get there because it's right there in their community. We need to invest in that. And the last thing I'll say, because I've been rambling, I'm preaching, I get really angry if you can't tell, is I'll say this: we need to change our labor laws. Right now, it is impossible to organize your workplace, and it's getting harder. Our job is to make it so that's easier, and we need to repeal Taft-Hartley to allow that to happen. I'm done. Thank you.
Thank you.
So at this time, we're gonna do our closing. I'll give you 1 minute. We're gonna go down the list, 1 minute to close.
I'll keep it brief. At the end of the day, we know what our communities need. I've said this over and over again. Good union jobs, good schools invest in education, good health care, making sure we have a transit system so people have an easier time to get to work or get to school, giving people the things that they need to have a roof over their head. And we need people who are going to fight and have a vision for what this country should be for everybody. As I'm not just a state senator, I'm a community organizer. I fundamentally believe it is not just to be my job to play hero. I may walk in front of you, but I may not lead. I may not walk behind you, but I may not follow. What I will do is walk side by side with each and every one of you so that we can have the world and the community we deserve. The 2nd Congressional District should be thriving, and that is the job of a member of Congress, to bring the federal dollars home and not just stick to talking points. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, thank you guys for having me. Thank you, Napoleon, for offering this, Senator. But closing, I would say I believe our communities deserve new energy. They deserve people that's going to invest into the community specifically and listen, and not politics as usual. So that's why I'm running for office. That's why, it is a tough thing to get out here to run for office, to come up with the ideas. But I don't want to come up with the ideas by myself. I want you guys to also come and say, hey, this is what our community needs. This is what we want. This will reflect our values. And I will create the open government that we need in the second congressional district. Also, invest in young people. Like that's a big pillar of mine as far as safety is concerned. Young people is the bedrock of our community, and we need to do something about violence. And I'm a person in the community that cares about the young people. So in all, I want you guys to consider, voting for me, and consider coming along this journey with me. Thank you.
I would like to thank this organization for putting on this forum for us all to share with you why we're running. I am Yamika Brown, and I'm running for Congress because I believe we need bold, action-oriented leadership that I plan to take to Congress. I've spent my entire career in service, whether that was at the Alzheimer's Association fighting with researchers for a cure for Alzheimer's, whether that was at the American Library Association fighting to protect and defend the First Amendment of the Constitution so that books aren't removed from library shelves. Most recently, as Commissioner at MWRD, I have been fighting tirelessly for environmental justice. And those are the things that I plan to continue to fight for in DC. So in March of 2026, I would love to ask you for your support. If you would like to learn more about me, please visit umikaforcongress.com. Thank you.
Thank you for your time. So we're gonna take a quick 3-minute intermission. I'll be right back with some other officers. 3 minutes.
Okay, they're taking a quick intermission. I've seen all of you all's comments. Y'all are cracking me up so bad. Okay, I can see your comments, and y'all are cracking me up really bad. And I saw some comments about, I think it was the man who was running for Congress from Dalton. I'm thoroughly entertained by the comments that were made about that man. He did not answer not one question, not one. Okay, he did not answer not one question. Okay, I'm gonna say that. There are still a huge number of candidates. No, you're fine. Of candidates that need to be talked to. I think a lot of them are the commissioner position. I see some judges, some people that want to be judges here too. So we'll see what happens. Let me just move to the side over here. There's a lot going on. The young man who's already a U.S. senator, he had a strong story that he was deaf.
Yes.
No, it's this way. Okay.
Yes, he did have a
that he
strong
was
story.
deaf until the age of 6, and he didn't fully speak until the age of 12. That was amazing. It was amazing to see him talk and, function. So, hey to everybody. Status Quo, Master G, all of you all, hey. It's been pretty peaceful in here. Since they didn't let the Agent of Chaos in, we have had a wonderful time.
Yes, they didn't let the chaos.
Somebody I saw somebody asked, was somebody's grandmother here? Yeah, they're here. And we still have yet more people to speak.
In the background. Right there.
I think there's going to be a lot for that commissioner position. But the most important thing to me here is the judges. The judges. We are having the most problem in Cook County with the judges. So, for me, if you're going to pay attention to anything here at this informational, it would be the people who are coming up and asking you to vote for them for judges in Cook County. Because these current ones, they got to go. So hopefully we have some good judges to choose from. Oh yeah, Miss Kobe Chapman, she looks great tonight. So we just need to, and he did not answer not one question, Fox Ross, not one, okay? But yeah, you all need to, I think the most important, again, I'm going to say it again, the most important people to speak tonight are going to be these judges, okay? I want to see who is going up for judge and what they have to say. I should have made a card out to ask them a question about how they feel about, what we're going through right now. Okay, I'm gonna turn you guys back around. I'll show you guys the room. There's lots of people in here. Hi, how you doing, Commissioner? Good to see you over here working it. I am. That's okay. You did a great job.
Thank you. It's always on the fire.
Yeah.
Congratulations.
So this is the room. Gonna spin you guys around. Loads of people in this room tonight. Kobe is behind me. Let me move so y'all can see the room. Loads of people. Loads of people in the room. Loads of people in the room. It was a great turnout. All the candidates are sitting on this side. So. I'm ready for part 2. Let's get this over with and done. Let me go talk to Antoine. Tell Antoine he needs to tell him that he needs to get this time sped up.
All right, good people, we're ready to get back started. Candidates, if you can find your seats. Candidates and residents, if you can find your seats. If you are a candidate for Cook County Assessor, please come to the front. Residents, can you find your seats? Candidates, can you find your seats? If you are a candidate for Cook County Assessor, please make your way to the front. If you are a candidate for Cook County Assessor, please make your way to the front. If you are a candidate for Cook County Assessor, please make your way to the front. If you are a candidate, please find your seat. Residents, if you don't mind, please find your seat. We want to get back started with the program. Residents, if you don't mind, please find your seats so we can get started right back with the program. Elected officials, please find your seats. Elected officials, please find your seats. If you're running for office, please find your seat. We are ready to start. If you are a resident, please find your seat. Thank you. If you are a resident, please find your seat. If you're a candidate, we're ready to start. Residents, please find your seat. We're ready to start. If you are a candidate, please find your seat. Residents, we're ready to start. Residents, please find your seats. If you're a candidate for Cook County Assessor, please make your way to the front. If you are a candidate for Cook County Assessor, please make your way to the front. Candidates, please find your seats. Thank you. Thank you so much. If you are a resident, please find your seats. Everybody got to be on that side of there. Man, I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, good people. So we do ask, if you could, silence your phones or put them on vibrate. Just during this session. Yep, we just want to make space. Thank you so much, good people. Thank you so much, Thornton Township and our residents. I know it's been a long night. It's been a long night. It's almost over. You guys have been great. We love to do these informationals. We love to bring you information and candidates out to our township so you can hear their voices and hear what their policies and psychology is. So without further ado, we will be starting in less than 1 minute. We're going to get right into it. Our next candidates are the assessors for Cook County.
Good evening. The next set of candidates we have are for Cook County Assessor. We're going to shorten it up a little bit, just in the interest of time, because we have others to get through as well. So we're going to go through with everyone having 2 minutes for the intro and 1 minute to close. And then we're going to have you choose the card and then pick from that topic, then we'll ask the other questions from that topic. So we'll start from left to right to start with, and then we'll go right to left. So we'll start with our first candidate, Ms. Dana Pointer. Please, your 2 minutes to intro, to make your introduction.
Thank you, Senator. Okay, there we go. All right. Good evening, everyone. Again, thank you, Senator, and the Democratic Party for allowing me to be here today. My name is Dana Pointer, and I am looking for your support as I run for Cook County Assessor. Currently, I work at the Cook County Board of Review, and I have been the Director of Outreach since 2017, and I also am an analyst. And working out in this area, I've worked with some of you people in this room today, and I've helped as many people as I can at that level, and I think that now I need to go into something else where I can affect more change. There has been a lot of issues with the lack of transparency, late tax bills, issues with properties not being on the tax roll, and those are things that need to change immediately. As the Director of Outreach, one of the things that I've heard from the taxpayers is that every time they call the assessor's office, they can never get a response. They never get an email answer. So those are one of the first things that I want to fix that wouldn't increase the budget or anything, all right? I also want to make sure that the county agencies that deal with the property taxes are working together. There's been a lot of pitting different departments against each other, and we need to work collectively to make sure that we're handling these issues and making sure the tax bases are right. I grew up in Chatham. I grew up on the South Side my entire life. I went to Mother McCauley High School and graduated from Chicago State. I am not a politician, but I am a public servant, and I'm here to serve all of you and to make the process better. I want to make sure that people are staying in their homes. My mother's a senior citizen. She's almost 80 years old. And I want my mother to be able to stay in her home. I want your grandmother to not have to decide whether she's getting groceries or having to pay her tax bill. I want to address the fact that the assessor's office has gotten rid of the zero tax bills for some of our seniors. So those are just a few of the things. I know my time is up. I heard that timer. But again, my name is Dana Pointer, and I thank you all so much for your time.
Next we have up is Ms. Tamitra Burris.
Good evening, everyone. I press the button. Good evening. My name is Tamitra Burris, and I'm running for Cook County Assessor, and I want to be your next assessor. I started out right out of law school, starting at the Board of Review as a commercial analyst. Over time, I became Chief Deputy Commissioner, then First Assistant Commissioner, managing all of the operations of a particular district. Through that journey, I have adjudicated thousands of property tax appeals, and I understand what it means to have your assessments too high. Also in my journey, I was appointed Chief Deputy Commissioner, so I'm now responsible for the entire operations of the Cook County Board of Review. I understand how to run a county agency. I'm also a lawyer. I understand the property tax code. I understand what it takes in order to reform the system as the person that is representing a county agency for property tax reform. I am running because usually I'm the person that's behind the scenes getting the work done. But right now, this administration has made everyone feel that we need change. You have rising assessments that aren't supported by market value. You have properties that are being, you have residential properties and commercial properties being unfairly pitted against each other. We need to have correct assessments. We need to make sure that we don't have properties off the rolls. We need to have updated characteristics so that people are being assessed correctly. But most importantly, we need accountability. We need accessibility. We need to make sure that we have stable and predictable property taxes so that people, this isn't about home ownership as much as home retention. To be your next Cook County assessor.
Next up, we have.
Is it working? Yes. Hi, everyone. My name is Samantha Steele. I am the Board of Review Commissioner for the 2nd District. I was first elected a county assessor in 2006. I took office in 2007. I was a 27-year-old single mom. I was the first Democrat elected countywide in Indiana. So it was obviously the worst 4 years of my life. But they taught me that the buck stopped at the assessor's office. They made sure that I learned everything there was to learn about assessing. So for that, I'm grateful. I was the assessor during the last depression, so I know what it takes to keep property owners in their homes. I have a company that teaches assessments across the Midwest. I hold the highest designation in assessing. Under the current administration, we've had chaos, inequitable assessments, and a lack of reliability. I mean, he's not even here tonight. So that says a lot about the current assessor. Recently, I've had a poll which says that, if elected today, the vote was today, 63% of the taxpayers or voters said that they would not vote for Fritz Kagi to be reelected. So that says a lot, right? And then there are 5 of us, 5 people running for assessor. Currently, if the election was held today, Fritz would get 27% of the vote. Hines would get 7.8% of the vote. Steele would get 4.8% of the vote. And Burris one that is ready, able, and capable of beating Fritz Kagi. So I'm here tonight asking you for your support, your endorsement, and I look forward to working with you all. Thank you.
Next, we're going to have you guys pull cards. You're going to have answer. Please take a minute to answer the questions. So we're going to start first with you, Ms. Pointer.
Yes.
What's the category?
Vacancy, speculation, and land use.
So vacancy, speculation, and land use. So land banking and property speculation contribute to urban blight and disinvestment. Would you support a tax penalty or reclassification for chronically vacant commercial properties? And how would you distinguish between absentee speculation and true hardship?
That's a great question. So over the years as an analyst, this is something that I've looked at often. There have been some people, businesses who have taken advantage of the vacancy. So just say they've been getting vacancy for 3, 4, 5 years and they're doing nothing to the property. They need to be asked, what is the highest and best use for this property? If you're not going to build this up to make sure revenue is coming in, then something needs to happen. So I definitely agree that yes, there should be some type of penalties or legislation to correct those issues, because those properties cannot just chronically be off the tax roll and there's no investment into the communities. So I think that needs to change, and I definitely do agree with change for that. Thank you.
Ms. Burris, what's your?
Tech modernization and public access.
Tech modernization and public access. The assessor's website remains confusing and inconsistent. How would you redesign data access so that homeowners, journalists, and watchdogs can monitor assessments and appeals?
That's a very good question. So I think when you're talking about data modernization and transparency, I think that when you are looking at what data points were put into determining what a particular property valuation was, you need to make sure that all of that is clearly accessible through dashboards so that people can monitor what are comparable properties to their property. Many times, the assessor, when you reassess, the assessor will give you kind of a list of properties that your property was compared to. But under this assessor, he's not looking by neighborhoods. He's doing broader, wide strokes when you're talking about property valuation and what is being compared to. And so you need to really dig down and be able to see what is going on in your individual neighborhood. We need to go back to that pinpointing. How far away is it from your property? What are the different characteristics? And all of that needs to be very transparent so you can see what adjustments was made to your said property versus another property that's being compared to in order to come to that valuation. Also, if it's commercial property, what data points went into creating that valuation for that commercial property? Was an appraisal reviewed? What data points were looked at for that? What comparables were used? So in order to really be transparent, everything that goes into making a decision for a particular property should be readily and easily accessible to a property owner so that they can see on its face. They don't have to guess what went into creating this property valuation. And as we know, the properties have been, the assessments have been extremely high and not supported by market value.
What topic do you have?
This is Dawn. I have transparency and valuation models.
Transparency and valuation models. The assessor's office relies heavily on mass appraisal models. Will you commit to publishing the code, assumptions, and variables used in your modeling methodology? If not, how will you balance the trade secrets versus third-party contracts and the public's right to understand how their tax burden is determined?
Okay. So I have a background in valuation. My company I do this work for county assessors across the country. And then funny story, a couple of weeks ago, I asked the assessor's office for their model information for the North Tri townships that they sent out notices. And you know, for an assessor that ran his campaign for 2 terms on transparency, he came back and said they wouldn't give it to me. And they said it was impossible to get. And I'm like, okay, so how did you actually mail that information to the taxpayers? Because they've received their notices, but you can't send it to the Board of Review. And so I have already started working on models, and I hired a data scientist at the Board of Review, and he runs models to dictate where we have areas that need to appeal, so that I can reach out to those taxpayers, because you're working, you're busy, you have juggling kids, a job, if you're like me, 2 jobs, you don't have time to look to see if your assessment's correct. And you should be relying on your elected officials to make sure that your assessment is accurate. And so, yes, I would absolutely 100% pinpoint all of my data points. And I'll tell you right now, the assessor says that he does it, he doesn't. And he can't back up that math. I've tried to run it and it doesn't work. He also doesn't meet international standards. So the International Association of Assessing Officials have standards for what a good assessment is. And it's a coefficient of dispersion, and I'm gonna just get into the weeds a little bit. And basically it says that all the assessments are accurate. And that number is 15. His number in Thornton Township is 32, way beyond. He's 50% over what he should be. So we should be worried. Thank you.
The next question is for Ms. Pointer. Small businesses versus corporate real estate valuations. It says large commercial property owners often use appeals and legal firms to suppress their valuations, shifting the tax burden to small businesses and homeowners. Do you support placing a cap on the valuation reductions or appeal frequency for properties above a certain threshold? Or do you believe that market competition should regulate these disparities?
I think that anyone, whether it's a business, a big business, or a small business, or any of you individuals should be able to file an appeal if you feel that your property is not assessed well. One of the major things is that the current assessor has continuously pitted the businesses against the homeowners. The Board of Review has constantly got backlash for making reductions to commercial properties, and it's not true and fair. Okay, one of the things with the commercial properties, if you think about downtown Chicago, if you think about the Magnificent Mile, if you think about all of those areas, how many vacancies do you see? A lot of those places are experiencing vacancies that they're trying to get back from the pandemic. So I feel that we need to continue. I think we need to have a more basic way possibly to look at those with cap rates and things. I don't want to get into all of that jargon and legalese, but short and long of it, yes, I think that everyone should be able to appeal. If they have the evidence to support their case and we look at it and it's fair, then they should get a reduction, just like any of you who appeal. And those businesses should not be treated differently than any of you or those mom and pop shops. So that's one thing I think that we've gotten away from is fairness across the board. And we need to stick with the industry standards when evaluating these properties. Thank you.
Ms. Burris. Next question is equity in property assessments. It says Black and Latino homeowners in Cook County have historically been over-assessed, while high-value commercial properties have been under-assessed. What specific policies, algorithms, or valuation methods would you use to implement to ensure that racial and geographic equity in property assessments? And how would you report this publicly?
So there have been many studies that talk about the shift, especially when it happens when people appeal. There is a narrative that those who appeal then shift the burden onto other property owners. But the real issue and the real question we should be asking is, why is there such a discrepancy between what your property value should be versus the value you get once you appeal? The key crux of the issue is you got to get those values right the first time. People shouldn't have to appeal. They should feel that their assessment and their values are fair and equitable the first time when the assessor assesses their property. If everyone in all neighborhoods, especially our communities and Black and brown communities, had fair and equitable assessments on the front end, then there wouldn't be a shift on the back end for anyone to have to appeal, whether it be commercial property owners, businesses, homeowners, anyone. There wouldn't be a shift because everyone's values would represent market value on the front end. And that's what we really need to start talking about. Why is there such an ability to reduce these values when you're looking at what the actual property is yielding, what the actual comparables in the neighborhood are? When you're looking at these comps that are in the neighborhood side by side, why isn't the land the same? If you have the same square footage, why isn't the property assessed the same if you have the exact same model as your neighbor? Those are the questions that need to be asked, because if we get the assessments right on the front end, then you wouldn't have to worry about all these other things when you're talking about equity, because the equity starts with the assessor's office, and it would start with me as your assessor.
Commissioner Steele, appeals process and political access. It says, well-connected property owners often benefit from insiders guiding their assessment appeals. What concrete steps would you take to eliminate the political influence in the appeals process? And would you support automatic audits for properties receiving multiple consecutive reductions?
That is turning it off. Can everybody hear me? Sorry. Repeat the question.
Well-connected property owners often benefit from insiders and guiding their assessments appeals. What concrete steps would you take to eliminate the political influence in the appeals process, and would you support automatic audits for all properties receiving multiple consecutive reductions?
So when I was running for Board of Review Commissioner, I refused to accept campaign contributions from property tax appeal attorneys. I was the only candidate to have done so, and then to my knowledge to have ever have done so. And I did that based on the principle that the Board of Review requires commercial property owners to hire a property tax appeal attorney in order to
I'm so sorry, everyone. I don't know what's going on. Let me see if I can get Vivian to come up.
appeal their assessments. I believe that having transparent, fair, equitable, and accurate assessments in the first place will eliminate that political pay to play. I don't know if you guys know this, but Cook County hasn't had a physical inspection of what what the properties on our tax roll look like since 1997. So the first thing I would do is start by getting out, making sure the data that the assessor has on their roll is as accurate as possible in the first place. Then I would have an assessment manual online for everyone to be able to read and follow and understand how their assessment was calculated so that you can see if someone's getting a favor or not. And you can hold that elected official, hopefully me, accountable.
Thank you. Mrs. Pointer, Cook County faces increasing pension and service funding obligations. How would you balance the need to preserve an adequate tax base with the pressure to reduce property tax burdens for homeowners, especially in gentrifying?
Okay, I have. Let me see if Vivian have the same problem. Bear with me, everyone.
That's question. But the pension issue, as I'm a Cook County employee, I know that they've made changes in tiers for some of the new employees that are coming in. So those are one of the things that they've tried to do to kind of ease that pension issue. But what was the second part of the question about the property taxes? I'm sorry.
How would you balance the need to preserve an adequate tax base with the pressure to reduce property tax burdens for homeowners?
Well, that's going to be a tough balance, and that's going to be a lot of things that are going to have to be discussed. We have to think about the levies too. Some of these things were discussed prior to, especially in the southern suburbs, with a lot of the branches of government. You've got township, the local township, the county, the state, all of those things. So we really need to look at the budgets. One thing that I've learned while being out doing outreach, I've asked some of the people in the room, have you been to your school board meeting? Have you been to the budget meeting for the park district to see what is being asked for, where these dollars they're asking for are being allocated? So we need to be more involved collectively as one. You know, all of the separate things, we have to come together. We need to listen and talk to the taxpayers. And as my role as director of outreach, I've been in the communities, I've wiped tears, I've listened to some of these big issues. So this is a difficult question to answer, but we have to work together. We have to look at these budgets and see where we can cut some fat and keep some of that money in the community. Thank you.
Ms. Burris, the property tax system is one of the most powerful redistributive tools county government. Would you support a formal shift to a social equity index in assessments, intentionally lowering assessments for loan divested communities, even at the risk of litigation?
So I go back to my original point.
Okay, again, I
Start
apologize for the
with values.
constant pausing of
In
buffering,
communities that
but I
have
was
been
told by the
historically
content creators all in the queue,
disinvested, the values are
Vivian,
lower. You don't
and no
have
apology,
amenities. You
just
don't
me.
have the sit-down
Sometimes you
restaurants in the
have problem
communities.
with your
You don't have all
ending.
of those
So
things
because
that are
apology and where I'm being the
supported
length of time I'm gonna
the
speak over
residential
to.
and
If
commercial
Vivian
properties
is
in those
okay, or
areas.
no apologies,
So I
just
would
me, can keep
say that
bring
if you
me
focus
what I
on the
can do
values
what
and
was
getting
very
the values right,
for you.
and you pinpoint down by neighborhoods, all of the other things will fall into place. Now, mind you, the property tax system is broken. We need to focus on a holistic approach to reforming the system as a whole. The fact that schools and all these other things are funded by property tax dollars is a difficult situation to be in. Where we can make changes by looking at programs for, different exemptions that are available. In traditionally disinvested communities, those are in opportunity zones. So if you have pinpointed, targeted property tax relief in areas that need it, and you focus on the values, then you will create a system that creates more equity across the board. You start with the values, and then you look and you pinpoint. You're talking about all the different things. When you're looking at two similarly situated homes, a person's exemptions that apply to them as an individual will potentially lower their property tax bill from their neighbor, even though the property values may be exactly the same. So I think you all get my point. You gotta start with the values.
Commissioner Steele, what metrics would you use to measure fairness and accuracy in assessments during your term if elected? And will you commit to publishing that district by district equity audit each year?
Absolutely, and that's something that I'm already doing as a board review commissioner, Senator. I put out the Steele report after every session and send that out to our government colleagues and other community agencies. And I'm already looking at that. I referenced the COD where Fritz is supposed to be at 10 to 15 and he's at 30. The International Association of Assessing Officials already have standards out there. Every other jurisdiction across the country, aside from California, they are following those, and it's held accountable by their state agency. And if you look at Illinois code, most every other county has specific code that they follow for assessing, and then it takes out everyone except for a county with 3 million or more people, aka Cook County. So I would work diligently to make sure that the assessor's office follows the already proven standard operating procedures of assessment professionals. I teach that class. I have a designation in assessment administration. I had to take the test. My board review colleagues here, we were talking with the assessor's office not too long ago about the schedule. And the schedule is making sure tax bills are on time. And that means when the assessor finishes their work, they hand off that to us at the board review. And his chief of staff, I asked, can I get a predictable schedule? And his chief of staff answered, oh, we can't do that. And I wanted to respond and I let it go, but you actually can, and there's a formula for it, and it's on the test. So if you knew how to do your jobs, we would be able to better schedule our staff and help taxpayers with the appeal process.
Time. So at this moment, thank you guys for participating. This time, we're gonna go have 1 minute, and we're gonna start with you, Commissioner Steele, and go down to close and tell why we should elect you as the next assessor of Cook County.
Thank you so much, Senator, for having me, and thank you, Thornton Township. As I said before, I am the most qualified candidate who is running for assessor, even more qualified than the person that sits in that seat at this point in time. I have a proven track record and history of helping taxpayers. I know the work inside and out. I've done everything. And as a commissioner, you know, we just won, in my district, we just won 4 NACO Awards, National Association of County Officials, with a staff of 40. So for the work that we're doing. So, you know, we need change. We can't afford another 4 years of Fritz Kagi and Trump's taxes. And you need someone that has the experience and the ability, and not just that, but the proven grit to get the job done. So I'm asking for your support as your next Cook County assessor. Thank you.
So it's interesting when someone says that they're the most qualified, right? And I'm gonna start with there. I have a bachelor's, a master's, a law degree, and a master of laws in real estate. I also have led this agency over the past 2 years. So the schedule we're talking about, I'm the person who's responsible for that schedule and making sure that we get our bills on time. So again, everyone has their own skills and things that they bring to the table. But when we're talking about qualifications, and we're talking about someone who has done the work from being an analyst, evaluating all property types, going to outreaches, doing hearings, all of the work that needs to be done, I have done it. And I've done it well. So what I'm saying to you is I want to come from behind the scenes getting the work done and get the work done for you. I want to be your next assessor because I know I have a proven track record of getting the work done. I would be in this field for 17 years nearly if I couldn't get the work done. So I'm asking for your support to be your next Cook County assessor.
Thank you. First, I want to thank Senator Harris for allowing me to be here and the Democratic Party, and I'd like to echo that as well. I started at the Board of Review 20 years ago as a summer intern making $10.25 an hour. So if anyone wants to talk about starting from the bottom, I am that person. I came up, I became an analyst. I started as a residential analyst and I went on to analyze commercial, residential, and I am the lead condominium analyst at the Board of Review. So anything to do with condominiums, I'm your girl. All right. Also working as the director of outreach, having had all type of events across Cook County, Thornton Township, Bremen Township, Linwood. I've been all over and I've been in the community. People know my face because I've done that. People have called me on my cell in the office to get things done, and I've done that. I also am the only one that implemented a texting service for people who don't have access to laptops and desktops so that you all can file an appeal from your cell phone. No one else implemented that. So again, I am not a career politician, but I am a career public servant, and I have served and will continue to serve you all if you give me the opportunity as your Cook County assessor. Thank you so much.
Give a round of applause for all three candidates.
All right, they represented themselves quite well. Now, who's next?
Yes, and you.
Next group of candidates is I'm sorry, MWRD. It'll be one more Cook County. Oh, all right, MWRD, you're right. No, I know, I'm sorry, yeah. We gotta let MWRD go.
Okay, we're gonna go down the list and just go down the line with the 2-minute intro. We're gonna make it 1 minute. 1 minute intro, introduce yourself, the term that you're seeking, the 2-year to 6-year, and then we're gonna move accordingly with the, you're gonna pull a card, we're gonna ask those questions, and go through the process, and do a close. All right, we'll start with you, Mr. Davis.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Cam Davis. I am running for your Metro Water Reclamation District Commissioner to retain my 6-year seat. I want to thank Committeeman Harris, and I especially want to thank you all for being here tonight. Obviously, you care if you're turning out because you want to see who's running. You want to see who's there to protect you. I have been a Clean Water Act attorney for decades. I put myself through law school at night so I could protect our water. President Obama appointed me to help manage a $2 billion fund to protect Lake Michigan, our drinking water source, and our pride, the pride of northeastern Illinois here. He did that because he knew I had a long career in public service, specifically to protect our water. I'm not running for any other office. I'm a public interest Clean Water Act attorney, the only one on the board, and that's why I'm running. I'm running because I understood a long time ago that if we all want to survive and thrive, we have to protect water for all of us. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you so much for having me. And I'm recovering from a cold, so please forgive me if I cough. I'm Commissioner Ada Corrales-Sepulveda, and I am running for re-election to my 6-year term at the Metropolitan Water Reclamation District. I've been in this role for 4.5 years now, and I've had a really great opportunity to bring a lot of what I learned as a former municipal elected official. But what drove me to really start to think about the Water Reclamation District was 16 years ago. I was a single mom and a new homeowner, and I had just moved into my home and I experienced flooding. This is something that happens to a lot of us. All throughout the county. And for me at that point in time, I was not ready to pay for the expenses of rebuilding my basement, replacing furniture. And then my insurance premium went up. So I started working on really how I can bring resources to residents in my area. And that's how I got engaged with flood protection.
Thank you, Senator Harris, and members of the Thornton Township Democratic Organization. My name is Beth McElroy Kirkwood. I am a Commissioner of the Metropolitan Water Reclamation District of Greater Chicago. I was appointed by Governor Pritzker in December.
Okay, it keep buffering. It's on their end. It's not on my end. 'Cause all of them are doing the same thing. All of them are buffering, so it's not on my end.
I am seeking the
But they said it would be
6-year term.
buffering off
I've
and
been
on
in
in
public
there. So
service all my life. I have held 5 elections, and I've been through 2 appointments, so this would be number 8 for me. So I feel like I've been doing this, that I would be a complete asset to the ticket. I'm Orland Park. I'm also a committeeman with Committeeman Harris. I am Orland Township, being that I was appointed from Senator my case states. So I look forward to working with Senator Harris. And I'm just there 6 months, so I am learning everything, but I believe in protecting our water and building climate resilience. So please keep me in mind, and that's Beth.
Wow, this is long.
McElroy Kirkwood. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Sarah Burry. I'm running for the 2-year term. James and I thought we'd make it easy for you because we're the two running for the 2-year term. Everyone else is running for 6. I grew up in a house full of books. My mom was obsessed with them. My siblings and I fought over them. And sure enough, whenever my dad's garden was watered with the rain, so was our basement, and we lost all of our books and the literal foundation of our home. So I care about flooding, and as Ada said, I know that happens in a lot of other places in Cook County too. I'm an attorney. I studied environmental law in law school, and I've been protecting the environment ever since. I have over a decade of experience with nonprofits and government entities protecting the environment, particularly the water. And while I was in law school, I also got a master's degree in global environmental politics because I also wanted to, that's that time? That's what the alarm means, I guess. I also wanted to see things from the perspective of people.
Yeah. Hi, everyone. James Janiger. I'm running with Sarah Berry for this 2-year seat. JJ for H2O. This is a weird name. This is really a challenge right now. There are so many rollbacks that we've all faced with science, with the environment, with healthcare, with ballot access, with basic things about our dignity. The latest indignity are these rollbacks on the environmental protections that we have fought for 2 decades to make our families safe. I am running because we need to push back against those rollbacks. When the federal government wants to roll back, Illinois needs to stand up. So I'm standing up because it's not enough that I used to be a science reporter and a climate reporter for the Chicago Tribune. I need to do something. It's not enough that I'm an innovation and strategy consultant that helps companies to fix things when you don't have resources. I need to do something for you. I need to do something for us. Because the people that are paying the bill for these billionaires in Washington to roll back what affects all of us is you, it's here. And I'm here to be with you. Thank you.
In the same order, just state the category, and then I have a question. We start with you, Mr. Davis.
With regional and social equity focus.
Regional and social equity focus. So, communities such as Robbins, Blue Islands, and parts of the south suburbs have faced repeated flooding events and limited access to remediation funding. What are the 3 most urgent steps you believe that the MWRD should take to protect these areas? And how would you advocate for prioritizing resources to address historic disinvestment?
Thank you. Question is about equity and social equity focus. As commissioner, one of the very first things that I did was I wrote into our ordinances. In other words, I wrote into our law a recognition of disproportionately impacted areas. This had never existed in MWRD's ordinance history. There had never been any official recognition that some communities flood more than others. And let me be really clear. Flooding isn't just some ponding that happens in your backyard. When flooding gets into your basement, and I know because it happened to our family when I was a kid, I remember having to go downstairs in the basement with my dad and help throw out moldy carpeting and things like that. It's a public health threat. It's a financial threat. Because it's a medical and public health threat, it costs you money. And there's an emotional threat too. When you lose keepsakes, family heirlooms, things that are precious to you because of flooding, you lose part of you. So one of the things is to continue on with disproportionately impacted areas and make sure that they are priorities like places like Blue Island and many others in the Southland.
Thank you. Commissioner Ada.
Environmental justice.
Many low-income neighborhoods and communities of color live near wastewater infrastructure and endure disproportionate pollution. How would you advance environmental justice, and can you name at least 2 policies or programs that you can advocate for to remediate legacy contamination or reduce new environmental burdens in these areas?
Thank you. Environmental justice for me is very much a personal issue. As a Latina, as someone that understands that, our communities, Black and Brown communities, are disproportionately impacted by environmental pollution and also disproportionately impacted by disinvestment. And that is very much the case all throughout the county, but particularly in the southwest, the western suburbs, and the south suburbs. We have issues of disinvestment and pollution. For me on environmental justice, a couple of things that I have done is push forward for an environmental justice policy so that we have excuse me, so we have an outline on what to work with and move forward our policies. In addition to that, we established our environmental justice division, which I pushed for to become a department. Just recently, I worked with the Napoleon Woods Youth Ambassador Program to work on bringing jobs, because when our communities know how to lead better, we can make that change.
Regional collaboration.
Stormwater management often requires cooperation across municipal and county lines. What specific strategies would you use to strengthen the partnerships with local governments to implement green infrastructure? And how would you address those municipalities that resist or are unwilling or unable to prioritize these investments?
Thank you. Great question, Senator Harris. The Metropolitan Water Reclamation District of Greater Chicago plays a vital role in managing stormwater, protecting our waterways, and preparing our region for the growing challenges of climate change. Climate change is increasing in the frequency of flooding throughout Illinois. One thing that we have been doing at MWRD, we just did our 36th project, and that was called Spencer Academy. And what we did was we did the permeable pavers in the back of the schoolyard where it was all asphalt, completely redid it, and over at Spencer Academy, it holds 190,000 gallons of water, which is outstanding because then it alleviates the flooding of basements and in different waterways and unwanted spots with the flooding. So that's a huge, and it's our 36th, and we have 5 more to do by the end of the year. We're partnership with Open Lands, Chicago Public Schools, we're majority of them, Metropolitan Water Reclamation District, and the Department of Water Management when they're in the Chicago area. So talk about an outstanding program, and then the kids have the whole gardens now in the backyard.
That is a great program. I have clean water and public health for $500.
Substances like
PFAS.
and forever chemicals increasingly detected in Illinois' waterway hold risks to human health. What is your policy position on regulating and mitigating PFAS contamination? And how would you balance enforcement with the economic interests of industries that discharge into our water system?
So my policy on PFAS is PFAS bad. So PFAS, if you're wondering, if you care about the scientific name, is per or polyfluoroalkyl substances. And so these are things that break off from materials that are made to be fire retardant. So you might find them associated with things like your fire extinguisher and things like that. So just we're on the same page. So MWD doesn't, to the best of my knowledge, directly enforce anything around PFAS, but what they do is collect information. And they can monitor, just like they did with COVID, so we can figure out what strains were in the system when COVID was going around, like, whoa. They can monitor what levels of PFAS are in the system. This has become helpful because the MWRD used to have a program where they could give out essentially the product of our waste to places to help them grow things, and then they realized there was PFAS in it. So they have a responsibility as an agency to not distribute that fertilizer, but also to be able to monitor and be at the head of having the conversation of stopping PFAS and things like microplastics at the source. I heard that.
Oh, sorry. Climate change adaptation. Climate change adaptation.
Climate change has increased the frequency and severity of flooding in Cook County. What specific capital investments and policy reforms would you prioritize to build resilience, particularly in communities in the south suburbs that have historically been left behind due to flood mitigation efforts?
Yeah, that's such a great question. It rains harder and it rains more when it rains now because the air is warmer, it holds more water until it doesn't. We spent $4 billion in the deep tunnel system, right? It's underneath this whole thing. If you imagine that as a 5-gallon bucket under this table, it should hold it, right? When I pour this rain into it. And the street's like a funnel. But our municipal sewers are like a soda straw. So I can pour this into the funnel, but it's still gonna bottleneck up on top of that and pour out into our basements and out onto our streets. So what we need to do is slow the water down. If you pour this into a sponge first, it'll slow down before it goes into the funnel, and it'll have time to get through that straw. Fixing those sewer systems, that's expensive. We can do that. We can work with the local municipal departments to explain why that's necessary. But if we can build retention ponds, bioswales, plant natural grass, build water permeable pavement, those are sponges. And that slows that water down before it gets to the funnel of our streets. It keeps it out of our basements, keeps it out of our drinking water, keeps it out of our homes.
Thank you. All right, now this is going to be a question for everyone. We're going to start here on the end and go back the opposite way. Simply because you guys have answered the question that you guys pulled, but for the public that's here, most people understand that the MWRD decisions that you guys make or will make potentially affect millions of people in Cook County. But yet, few folks really understand what your agency does and how it operates. Can you briefly describe in 1 minute or less, going across, what does MWRD do, and what's going to be your role in helping it be more effective?
You're going to hear 5 really great answers here. They're all based on one thing. MWRD reversed the Chicago River so that our drinking water would be clean. That was a 19th century problem. We've got a 21st century problem now with climate change and with pollutants like Sarah was talking about. Our basic job is to keep our basements dry and to keep our water clean when we're done using it. But we do so much more than that. We test the water that's in the river systems to find out if there's something wrong with it. We're the first line of defense for that kind of thing. We work with local municipal governments to help you figure out what kind of engineering will slow that water down before it gets into your street. So we're a partner. We're an advocate who collects a ton of data to work with Congress, to work with lawsuits, to work with our partners, and to work with environmentalists, and to work with our communities to make sure that we're represented well.
Yeah, all that's true. So the MWRD is supposed to manage storm and wastewater. Stormwater is the rain that comes down and goes in the drain. Wastewater is anything that comes out of your toilet, your sink, your dishwasher, your washing machine. All of that's true. I do want to talk a little bit about what a board member does, because storm and wastewater is great, and you'll hear that, like, you know, again, more times. But what things that a board member does that I think it's useful to be an attorney for, and maybe Cam can confirm or deny this. The Cook County MWRD is the second largest landowner in all of Cook County. That's a big deal. They're literally managing lands that some of them are parks, some of them are places where Shell is the tenant. So you need to be able to talk about leases. You need to talk about settlements when it comes to workers' comp for the workers at MWRD. You need to talk about so many things. There are leases, there are workers' comp, there are all these kinds of contracts, real estate contracts, like over and over again. The skills of a translator who can understand the law and then explain to people what this provision is. And I'm not talking about other board members, I'm talking about residents. You should be able to have someone who can tell you exactly why that is the way it is. And you're not going to go talk to the legal department at the MWRD. So come talk to your commissioner.
The Metropolitan Water Reclamation District of Greater Chicago is more than just a governmental agency. It's the guardian of our natural resources, which is very important, which is a public health agency. So I understand the responsibility of treating wastewater and storm management. It's very important, and to all the millions of everybody in Cook County here, not just in the city, but all of Cook County. So I respect the need for greater attention by mastering district issues and collaborating with President Steele's office and our executive director. I feel like I'm a leader and I'm an educator. I am on the Public Informations Board for MWRD, so I continue to plan on expanding some of the programs into the schools in Cook County. Thank you.
So we're a public health agency, and over 100 years ago, we had the great ingenuity to do something historic to protect the Chicago area from cholera outbreaks. We reversed the flow of the Chicago River, and this protected Lake Michigan as our source of drinking water. It made sure that we could become the thriving economy that we are today. Now we're facing another big problem, climate change, that is threatening our residential areas, it's threatening our commercial areas, and our industry. And I do believe that we can face this with the same ingenuity that we did in the 1900s. We can face it head on, because stormwater management is our problem of today. That is our public health problem of this century. And bringing the resources and the thought to be innovative is going to be critical for all of us as commissioners.
Thank you. You've heard tonight that the primary purpose of MWRD is to reduce flooding and improve water quality. And at the end of the day, those two things are about your health. They are about our health. They are about public health. What we haven't talked about tonight is how all of this gets funded. And it gets funded through your property taxes, through my property taxes. And I think we all know those property taxes are pretty high. I know I feel it. So one of the things that I think we need to do, and I say this as a commissioner who's been on the board since 2018, is we need to find more creative ways to achieve our mission to protect your health. And we need to figure out a way to reduce costs. One of the things that I want to do is make polluters pay more. You heard tonight about PFAS. We didn't create the problem. You didn't create the problem. We're dealing with the problem. And the way we got to do that is to make some of those manufacturers of PFAS pay. Another one is urban agriculture. As you heard tonight, we have the second largest public property land holdings in Cook County. We ought to be optimizing our property holdings to reduce floodwater, to reduce carbon emissions, and to help bring food security to Cook County. Thank you, Commissioner.
And you're gonna keep the mic and go down, and this is your 1 minute close, as to say, why should you get any support for MWR?
Great, thank you again for hosting tonight. Thank you to Thornton Township. My name is Cam Davis, and I'm gonna ask you a question. Who do you want protecting your health? For 4 decades, as the board's only public interest Clean Water Act attorney, as part of President Obama's administration to protect clean water, as the former CEO of a nonprofit advocacy group that turned out 10,000 volunteers to protect the Great Lakes, I've got a 4-decade track record of doing that. There's no hiding my agenda. My agenda is to protect all of our water. Who do you want protecting your water and your public health? Thank you.
4.5 years ago, you all trusted me to run for commissioner and you supported me, and I was successful in that. In the middle of the pandemic, I was elected to serve as commissioner for the Metropolitan Water Reclamation District. In the last 4.5 years, I've dedicated myself to pushing for good governance, making sure that our land use policy allows for more transparency, making sure that we are allocating and leveraging our dollars. We have used federal dollars, $35 million for flood protection and flood alleviation projects. I've also invested in community, whether it's the Bovian Woods Youth Ambassadors Program or one of the Monarch Festivals that I have. I'm very engaged in making sure that I'm reaching out to community and creating a sense of awareness of the resources and programs that we have. One learning point for me has been to increase also transparency in how we do our contracts and our intergovernmental agreements with our municipalities. That's something that I would like to continue to do with your support.
Thank you again, Senator Harris. My name is Beth McElroy Kirkwood. I am close by in Orland Township in a committeeman with Senator Harris. I also am chairman of Moraine Valley Community College. I'm in my 7th year there and my 3rd year as chair of the board. So I know what it's like to work on strategic planning, budgets, and working with human resources, finding a new executive director. We just put a new president in Moraine Valley. Anyway, so I have that experience. Our law department upstairs has over 30 attorneys. So we have attorneys, we have engineers, we have over 1,900 employees at MWRD. So I'm proud to be a part of it. I'm an educator and a leader, and I hope that I have Senator Harris's support. Thank you again, and I think that's any questions?
So nice.
Excellent timing. Okay, hi, I'm Sarah Burry. I'm running for the 2-year term. I grew up in a house with a dad who taught us to be nice to everybody, even when we didn't think they deserved it, and a mom who taught us that you should act with integrity at all times, because at some point in your life, your name may be the only thing that you have. And so I want to talk a little bit about what's right and what's not right. I told you I have a master's degree in global environmental politics, and the thing that they taught us there was that communities know what they need best, and that you should listen to them and meet them where they are. So, some communities flood more. That's not right. Some communities have more climate resilience than other communities built up. That's not right. Remote comments have been discontinued, live ones, in the MWRD meetings. That's not right. That quiets the public voice. And that's not right. I met a resident in Thornton who had a problem with the blasting from the reservoir that's happening right now. They didn't take her seriously when she complained, and I don't think that's right. So I'm asking you to support me so I can help make these things right. So that's Sarah Burry for the 2-year term. Thank you so much. And thank you, Senator.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you, Senator. Thank you all for being here. My takeaway is that the less you know about how we clean up the water once we're done with it, the better you'll feel about everything else in your life. I don't blame you, right? This is a job that's best done well and out of sight, but it's a job that when it gets messed up, it's front and center and it really messes with our lives. We absolutely need to be more present in rooms like this and talking to you about the problems that you're experiencing, because you know. What we should be able to do as board members and as representatives of the MWRD is to tell you what kind of engineering can help make that better, but the least we can be is a good neighbor who listens to you and understands that when your basement floods, when your street floods, it's terrible. So my name's James Janica. I'm running for the 2-year term alongside Sarah. One of us is going to make it. We're flooding the zone. We're looking for your support. This is really important. This is the kind of thing that could be easily ignored at the bottom of your ticket, but there's nowhere to hide right now. So thank you.
Give a round of applause for the candidates for the
Okay, that's the end of that session of questioning. Let's see what's going on next.
Got me like that. All right. Candidates for 5th District Cook County Commissioner. Candidates for 5th District Cook County Commissioner, please make your way to the front.
Okay, here go the next crew of questioning. Oh, it's our girl Belcher, Kiana. All right, here we go. Let's see how this goes. Come on, Kiana.
Okay, we're going to have the same format. We're going to have 1-minute intro, and then you guys are going to choose the cards, answer a few questions, and then do the 1-minute closing, outro, close. So we're going to start first with Commissioner McCaskill, and then we'll go to Trustee Belcher.
Good evening. I am Dr. Keisha E. McCaskill. I am your 5th District Commissioner of Cook County, and I am asking for your support, and the reason I am running is to continue the work that I've already started. I came into this position as an appointment in January. My appointment was on a late Friday night in a crowded field of 5, and I walked out with a unanimous vote because I was the person for the job. I believe that God put me in a position to be in this position because of my background. Preparation is everything. I have the education, I have the knowledge, I have the wisdom, and I have the understanding of what the need of the 5th District is. I've been in the position since January 10th, and since that time, because I understand legislation and I write it for a living, I've already passed 83 pieces of legislation. I've already written 7 resolutions. I've already helped to start the budget process to fill the stopgaps as we begin to see the executive orders that cut Medicaid and Medicare. I've already begun the process of including our seniors in our processes and our program. The one thing about this particular position that I'm in, and I'm sure I'll answer it in another question. Thank you.
Trustee Belcher.
Good evening, everyone. I am Trustee Kiana Belcher, and I am here to gain your support for 5th District Cook County Commissioner. And, most of you all know that I have been in the forefront of integrity and honesty and making sure that I speak up for the residents. And I want to make sure I take that advocacy to the 5th District. I grew up in the 5th District. I was born in Washington Heights. I moved a couple of times, and then I purchased a home in the 5th District. Right now, we need someone that just doesn't understand that we need to be more than a seat there. We need to be at that table giving all the resources that the county has. For 28 years, someone sat in that seat, and many people, when we're knocking on the door, don't even know what the 5th District Commissioner does. That's the problem. We need to make sure that the resources come to the South land. And I want to make sure that I'm the voice that gets in that spot to make sure that we receive the resources of the 5th District. I'm Kiana Belcher, and I'm running for 5th District Cook County Commissioner.
So you guys chose a topic, and then once you tell me a topic, I have questions regarding those topics. We're gonna start with you, Trustee Belcher, with the topic.
Leadership, style, and political philosophy.
So leadership. Do you see your role as primarily an administrator of county services, a representative of local residents, or a policy advocate reshaping Cook County government? Please explain how your philosophy on public service shaped your first year pepper.
Sure. I see myself as a little bit of all three. And I say all three because each one commingles with each other. And when you're looking at policies and procedures, you're making sure that you're not just thinking about yourself, you're thinking about everybody who you represent. So in the first year, of course, when I become the Cook County Commissioner in 2026, I will be working off of the budget that has already been passed. And so I will have to follow along with those type of budgets and policies that have been put in place. But also, I will make sure that I work with the current president and the rest of the commissioners, because this is just not a seat for one person. This is a collaborative effort for everyone. So in leadership style and that philosophy, I believe that all three should be something that is encouraged to work in for the representation of the 5th District.
Commissioner McCaskill, your topic.
Economic development and regional investment.
Okay. Cook County has struggled to retain businesses and jobs in the Southland. What policies would you pursue to attract new private investment and to create jobs without relying solely on long-term tax abatements that can erode the county's revenue base?
That's a great question. So we've already begun some of that process. So some of the things that we're currently doing is we've already started a housing hub. We're working with developers that are creating low-income housing in various areas to ensure that those developers have businesses, but also our business owners that are in that area can receive those subcontracts. One thing that I've done already in the 5th District specifically is I've already started a business development workshop, which we've been doing since March. And I'm working with South Suburban Development Authority. And what we're doing is making sure that all of our business owners understand how to become vendors with the county. That's part of the economic development piece. When it relates to investment, you have to go beyond your tax dollars. You have to look beyond grants. Most people, those are the go-tos. There's no loans. You have to look philanthropic. You have to develop the relationships with organizations and businesses that are willing to invest in that location. You can't think about one city. There are 29 communities in the 5th District. Cook County is the second largest district, the second largest county in the US, and the second, in my district, the 5th District, is the second largest district in Illinois. So,
So I'm going to ask the next couple questions I have here. This is for you, Trustee Bill. Taxation and fiscal fairness. Many homeowners in the 5th District pay disproportional taxes relative to income. Would you support a progressive tax reform such as a vacancy tax on the commercial land banking,
land banking, or real estate transfer tax on large developers? What fiscal tools would you use to relieve pressure on working class residents?
Well, the tax issue is an issue across the board, not just in the 5th district. So when you talk about what tools you use, you have to make sure that you're working with other entities to make sure that those issues are amongst everyone. When we talk about the vacancy of the tax, progressive, yes. Progressive meaning that not only are we evaluating those situations and those circumstances, you have to get down to the root of the problem of why you're making the decision that you're making. So I believe progressive is yes.
Commissioner McCaskill. Cook County's 5th district overlaps with states, city, and township jurisdictions, which often create gaps or overlaps in services. How would you collaborate across units of governments to advocate for the 5th district, and what are the 2 largest regional disparities that you would fight to correct?
I'll start from the end. The 2 largest disparities are the healthcare disparities in Black and brown communities and the lack of access to resources. So one of the things I've done to remedy this, because I am a person of resolve, I have already begun the process of making sure the resources are coming into the neighborhood. That is the premise of my office since day one. And for those of you who have actually been involved, you will know that you have probably already participated in many of the workshops that we've already provided with this premise, bringing the resources to the neighborhood. The overlap is educating our mayors, our committeemen. You would be amazed at people that are currently in seats, but don't really understand exactly what Cook County government is. So I've not only been in the seat as a leader, I've also been a legislator and a partner, because I want them to understand what we're collaborating on. I want them to utilize the resources and understand how I can help them to better all of their communities by making sure they have access to the information that I can provide. I would also like to add, got a few seconds, that with regard to the business development side, I'm not only working with those that are in position, but also your business owners, your residents, your clergy. We've all come together on many times, and within my first 100 days, I had already met with all 29 of the leaders in my area, including.
Next question. Public safety and alternatives in policing. Trustee Belcher, do you support shifting county funds away from jails and policing and into violence prevention and mental health and youth programs? If so, what percentage of the county's public safety budget would you reallocate, and how would you measure the success of the program?
So first off, I would say it would be fair to me, unfair to me to say I know the actual percentage of the budget right now, because I don't, but that is something that I will look into. But also, I do believe that making sure that the services that they have with organizations for violence prevention must continue. Violence is on the rise, so we have to make sure that we continue those resources. As I've knocked on doors and talked to several people, I would never take away from funding of the county in reference to the jails, because contrary to what we believe, those are people that are sitting there waiting to make their day in court. So I will continue to make sure that we can balance and find resources on both sides to make sure that you're not taking away from the jails, nor are you taking away from the services that's needed for gun violence prevention.
These hold the applause in the crowd. We're just trying to get through the process. Affordable housing and displacement prevention for Commissioner McCaskill. The South Side and South suburbs face rising rents, tax delinquency, and deteriorating housing stock. What policies would you advocate to preserve the affordable housing and stop displacement? And would you support public housing expansion or community land trust to permanently secure housing access?
The question that you asked is twofold. Much of what you're seeing right now with the cuts that are taking place federally, we're in a position now where we're actually putting in stop gaps. So that means that we won't be able to correct it all. Anyone tells you that, they're lying. I'll just tell you that straight out. I'm going to give it to you real. As the president continues to cut, we have to continue to find ways to sustain, and that's what we've been doing. So we're working with the state, we're working with those federal leaders that are in place to make sure that we can do some of those things. For example, right now, we've started the homeowner relief fund, where we're trying to provide stipends and supplements to people that are in mortgage positions, but they were just laid off, or people that are in need of low-income housing. We have a new housing development just in the city of Harvey. We just opened up new hubs on the west side of Chicago. We have new developments for low housing coming to Chicago Heights, and then also to Proviso. So those are some of the things that we're doing. As you look at it legislatively, you cannot make a good decision at this particular time with the level of uncertainty that we have. When you talk about housing crisis, we already are dealing with children that were put out of the Job Corps Center, received a letter on Friday and had to be out of that facility by Tuesday. We just received a letter on this past Friday for the CAPS, where seniors are losing their jobs, which means it's cyclical. So more people are going to be without housing. So right now, it's about finding resolutions to bring everyone together to make sure that we put people in the best situations possible.
Hold the applause. Ms. Belcher, for the next question is about public health, equity, and structural change. The 5th District has some of the worst public health outcomes in the county. High rates of chronic illness, trauma, and maternal mortality. Beyond just expanding clinical access, what policies would you introduce to address the social determinants of health, such as food deserts, housing instability, and environmental stress?
With that particular question, you have to look at, we've talked about several times for years that there is a lack of resources in healthcare in 5th District. But that lack of resources goes to the fact that we don't take preventative measures. We have to make sure that we're taking preventative measures in healthcare that will reduce the going into the hospital or diseases that happen. Sometimes many people are just afraid to go to the doctor, but being afraid to go to the doctor hinders us from resources in healthcare. So I would say in reference to that, bringing up policies to make sure that there's steady outreach, steady healthcare access, and also making sure that you're continually educating people on healthcare issues.
Commissioner McCaskill, workforce development and educational access. What would your office do to expand job training, apprenticeships, and community college pathways for young people in the 5th District? Or what have you already done? And how would you ensure that the county contracts and development projects include enforceable local hiring standards?
I hate to keep saying we already started, but we already started. So to be perfectly honest with you, we're already working with the colleges in the 5th District. So they have already begun our partnerships to make sure that people know what they actually have access to. We're working with the high schools to make sure that children know that they have an option and an alternative beyond just going to college. We're already working with the unions. I'm already working with the unions, and they know that we're looking for them to expand their apprenticeship program so that people can come in and be duly employed and qualified to take on those types of jobs. We're expanding that process by building training hubs. So we have one coming in the Southland, and that's going to be a training center specifically for people that want to go into actual trades and not actual college, which is fine. We're also looking at how we can begin this process at a much younger age. One of my concerns coming into this seat is that we're starting our processes, and the processes are good, but they're starting a little too late. We need to tap into our kids in the 8th grade, in the 7th grade, and make sure they understand that there are alternatives. We need to find out what their interests are and begin to exploit. And exploit is not a bad word. We need to begin to exploit their interests. And until we do that, we're not going to see the movement that we need to see.
This is going to be the same question, but it's going to be the final question for both of you. What do you perceive your job as commissioner of the 5th District to be outside of the scope of just being elected, meaning we know the job is to legislate and create policies for the county, for the respective district. But what do you bring uniquely different to the table that you believe that's your superpower or your skill to maximize as being the commissioner of Ms. Belcher?
I believe that my skill being that I have a background in finance, that I've been in leadership, that I'm currently sitting in the position where I understand the different roles of what leadership is, legislation is, and also being held accountable to the residents. I believe that being transparent, being with integrity, and also being accessible to the people of the 5th District. And when I say accessible, I mean making sure that they understand that they have the resources they need and they have someone that's there to fight for them in the 5th District.
Commissioner McCaskill, question.
I have a dual doctorate. My doctorate's in public service administration and organizational leadership, which is a very unique and dynamic. And it's dynamics because it not only allows me to lead, but it allows me to teach leaders how to lead. And that's what I've been very effective as. As a consultant by trade, it has allowed me to put myself in a position where I can go into any organization and reorganize it and make it better than what it was when I got there. I have a background in finance. I have an MBA. I have my certification in conflict resolution and mediation. I also have when I found out about the taxes, if you follow me in a newspaper, I'm an editor also, but I wrote an article in 2021 where I predicted what was going to happen. I forecasted what was going to happen with the taxes, and no one wanted to hear it. Dr. McCaskill, that's not going to happen. It happened just the way I wrote it in that paper. If you don't believe me, check out the South Suburban News. I wrote about it in 2021. So, and because of that, and no one was listening, I actually went and got my certification to become an assessor. I'm only one of 3 assessors in Thornton Township. There are only 3 of us, and I'm one. So I don't believe in just operating in the seat. I believe in operating with mastery and excellence. I'm not going to go from pillar to post. I have a longevity of creating legacies, and that is what you need. When you look at DCFS, I did the SACWIS system. You look at IDES, I'm one of the authors of the Job Corps system, Job IDES system. I got more things I've done. I'm sorry.
So, thank you guys. We're gonna have Ms. Belcher, this is the closing session. We're gonna have your closing statements, and then on with you, Commissioner McCaskill, to close.
First off, I'd like to say thank you, committeeman, for allowing this opportunity. I am Kiana Belcher. As I stated before, I am running for 5th District Commissioner. I have been in the forefront of understanding what the residents need. I have also been the advocate to make sure that I am the voice for the residents, and I want to continue the advocacy in the 5th District. Many people have been appointed to seats and elected in seats, but I am going to be that person that is elected by the people. By the people. So I want to say, please vote for me, Kiana Belcher, March 17, 2026, as your next 5th District Commissioner.
Commissioner McCaskill, to close.
I would just like to start by saying that appointments are not bad because they always appoint the person that's best for the job, and that's what they did. And when you look at what's currently going on in our federal, you have to understand what federal policy looks like. You can't get away from that. I have a proven track record, as I was stating earlier. If you look at any state agency, DCFS, I was one of the authors of the SACWIS system. That's the state automated child welfare information system, so we can track our babies so that when they don't get lost in the system once they become foster children. I was one of the writers on the Illinois Job Link, which helps employers and employees connect, job seekers connect. I am one of the writers of the Ban the Box legislation. I was one of the original authors of that legislation, so I was writing that before I even became elected to any seat. With regard to the people, that shows you my love and my commitment and my dedication to people. I have the knowledge, the understanding, and the wisdom to do the job and do it well. I've done things already that had not been done in this particular seat. I understand clearly that the job itself is legislation, policy, and budget, all of which I will do and I will do well. But I also understand as a little girl from the city of Harvey, Illinois since 1971, that our needs are bigger than that. So it's my responsibility to make sure that all of the communities receive resources, all the community receive what they're supposed to get. Thank you.
We say the best for last, residents. The best is for last. Don't go nowhere yet. Your Cook County judges are about to speak.
Napoleon, 30 seconds. Napoleon, we got to trim this down. Me and OT though, what we doing? What we doing? Okay. Okay, we got time for 20 guys. Pick your category and answer your question.
Okay, wait for the next round. Ooh, this is a long night. I didn't know this was gonna be that long. I thought it was just question and answer for the residents, Napoleon and the board. You know, it's a question and answer for all the candidates that's running. I guess for next year, I'm not sure. So I will find out later what all these candidates are for. So I guess it's for the year 2026. This is halfway. Have campaign. So here we go.
Sir, why you bothering? Okay, your bodyguard ain't even gonna attack you. What we doing? Sir, please.
I'm talking about.
Somebody in my life said, Kobe wearing that dress. I said, yes, ma'am. Okay, hello. Okay, hello. All right. This one brought me out. We've been waiting on one of these all day. You heard it. You got one. You already got Don't waste your praise. Don't waste your praise. That's a lot of energy wasted. Don't be wasting your praise. You need all of them.
Testing, okay. All right, ladies and gentlemen, could we have your attention for a little bit? Can you bring the noise down so we can finish up? Ladies and gentlemen, can you lower the tone so we can finish up? Thank you. We have here our county-wide judges who are running for Cook County Circuit Court. And this august body is only 4 seats up, but we have a good group of individuals seeking the job of Cook County Circuit Court Judge. So at this time, we're going to take an opportunity to go from my left to right. We're going to state your name and do your 1-minute intro about who you are, why you're running, a little brief background about you so we can continue this process. Go ahead.
Can everyone hear me okay?
Yes.
Great. My name is Michael Kevin Archie. I'm currently sitting as an at-large judge. I was appointed by Justice Joy Cunningham a few weeks ago. It's great to be back here in Thornton. I want to thank Senator for putting us all here together. I know folks have had a long night. I've been an attorney for 25 years. I've been found qualified or highly qualified by every single bar association in Cook County, including the Cook County Bar Association. I started my career as a federal prosecutor at the SEC, where I prosecuted fraudsters and Ponzi operators. And then Chief Judge Tim Evans in 2011 asked me to become a commissioner and later chair of your Cook County Board of Review, where I worked with Alan Manuel and a lot of folks in this room making sure that homeowners in Cook County pay only their fair share of property taxes, not a penny more. President Biden asked me in 2022 to become the regional director for the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services. So I ran 6 states and 34 native tribes, Medicare, Medicaid, Meals on Wheels, everything else. When I resigned from the Biden administration on their last day, joined the U.S. Senate Judiciary Committee in Washington, D.C., and now I'm proud to be your judge. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. I am Judge Linda Psaki. I was appointed by Justice Neville and the members of the Illinois Supreme Court to serve as a judge in
all of these
December
are
of
judges.
2024. I am a native Chicagoan, born in South Shore, raised in Uptown and Marquette Park. I have been practicing law for 19 years in both government and in private practice. It's been my privilege to serve as a judge. The position combines my respect for the law and the rule of law with my commitment to service. It is definitely a service role, particularly where 75% of the litigants in our court system are self-represented and may need some direction on how to process their cases. So again, Judge Linda Psaki, I'm a sitting judge and I'm running to remain a judge. Thank you.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, thank you for still being here. It is impressive, those of you who work so deeply in our process to make sure we maintain a democracy. I am Judge DeAnthony Thetford. I have been a judge since December of 2024. I was appointed to the court by the Supreme Court Chief Justice Mary Jane Tyson. I spent my whole career in service. I began my career as Cook County Public Defender, worked there for 8 years, and then I started my own practice where I specialize in criminal defense and civil rights litigation. I now sit as a judge, and those people that I represented previously now stand before me. So I understand the needs of our citizenry to trust our judiciary, to make sure that they are heard when they come before our courts. I spend every day of my career making sure that that happens. Thank you for being here.
Hi, my name is Michelle Luckett. I am an attorney from the south side of Chicago, and I have probably represented many of you or a family member or someone that you know. I've been practicing 18 years and I've had my own practice during that time. It was Luckett and Ashford, and then it became Luckett Law Group. You've probably seen billboards. I have been in this community, working with your community, representing your neighbors, your family members. I started my practice doing criminal law, traffic, bankruptcy, and now it's kind of transitioned where I practice primarily family law, real estate, and estate planning. I've always been community-based. I had the opportunity to have a downtown office, but didn't want to, because I didn't want people to have to pay money to park just to come see me. We've always had affordable payment plans because I know, like my mother, many of you don't have a lot of money to spend on a lawyer. My parents separated when I was 7 and never got a divorce by the time my mother passed away because she couldn't afford it. Attorneys were too expensive and that access to justice was denied. As going at it as a self-represented litigant was hard, I am running for judge because I want to make sure that access to justice is there for all, not just criminal law.
Hello, there we go. Hi, my name is Gina Crumble. Thank you for the opportunity to be here, Senator. I am a career public servant. I've been practicing law for 30 years. I feel like the old lady up here. But my entire career has been public service, concentrated on child protection work, working with the Department of Children and Family Services, the Public Guardian's Office, and for the last 24 years, the Cook County State's Attorney's Office, trying to protect families and children's well-being. I've been a supervisor with the State's Attorney's Office for the last 18 years, and I'm running for judge because I want to continue public service. I want to do what I can to help our community at a higher level. I know that my experience and my temperament are conducive to the judiciary, and I know that we need judges who respect everyone who comes into court. So, Gina Crumble.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Ashanta Rice. One of the previous candidates for one of the other offices previously stated that sometimes your name is all you have. So 2 years ago, I would have stood before you and told you I've been an attorney for 20 years, that I'm qualified by all the bar associations, that I've represented Cook County's most vulnerable citizens, the children in the DCFS system, where Gina and I actually pulled a family into a conference room and told them how no matter what happened in court at the temporary custody hearing, they could reunify your children and let us show you how. And we were on opposite sides of the courtroom. But as it remains, last election cycle, I was removed from the ballot for being Ashanta Rice, the attorney who's practiced for 20 years in the state of Illinois as Ashanta Rice, admitted to the Northern District of Illinois as Ashanta Rice, because the law that was used as a shield to protect people from fraudulently getting on the ballot was used as a sword against me. My name speaks for myself, my reputation speaks for myself. I will become a judge in Cook County. I look forward to having your support.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Ava George Stewart. I'm an attorney, your neighbor. I bring greetings from the 27th Ward of the City of Chicago, but I spend a lot of time out here, as many of you know. I have served as an attorney representing some of our most vulnerable members of our community. I have served as a prosecutor, training and supervising other attorneys, managing litigation, and coming up with solutions that recognize that both the accused, the guilty, and the victim are all members of the same community. And that justice demands mercy sometimes. And there are ways to do that. But here, I'm looking for your support to become the next judge elected by you, the people of Cook County, so that I can continue to serve you. Thank you. Thank you, Senator.
Thank you, Senator Harris. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Gregory T. Mitchell. The T is for Tyrone. I'm a graduate of Thornbridge High School, class of 1976, raised in Harvey, joined the Marine Corps, served 22 years, became a staff judge advocate, and decided to come back here to be a prosecutor because I thought our neighborhood needed protection from the government. After learning how to do that, I decided to open up my practice to on the other side, because just because someone has committed a crime doesn't mean they deserve the most punishment that government can lend out. So they needed an advocate who understood the system from one side to the other. But in addition to that, I put my practice right here. I've been in Homewood, practicing right here in employment law, workers' compensation, and I've represented the communities from Markham to Dalton to Country Club Hills, because that is labor employment. Those are employees who need representation and fairness. I want to be a judge because I want to bring my life experience. And as someone said, I've been a lawyer for 37 years, okay? From the military to government and then private practice the last 25 years right here at home. So what I'm asking for is that to support the most qualified, the person who understands not just the community, but the boys and the women and the mothers in this community. Thank you.
Thank you.
So at this point, you guys have pulled cards about the type of question that we're going to be asked at this moment. So when we're going to go in the same order.
You have a card.
So actually, I'm just gonna go down the list. I got it.
Let's go.
So I'm gonna start, I'm gonna go right in order. First question, how should a judge balance the enforcement of existing laws with the evolving values of social justice, particularly in cases involving racial and economic disparities in sentencing within Cook County? Who questioned that? First one, Cabernet.
You know, one thing you learn early as a judge is you have to meet people where they are, but you don't leave them there. When folks come into your courtroom, they're bringing their lived experiences in there, and nobody, and you know this, nobody wants to be in the courtroom to resolve their problems. They're there because there's no other way to do it. I had a matter last week on a traffic call. Young man had hundreds of dollars worth of traffic tickets, didn't show up, but his mom was there on Zoom to say that he was in Cook County Jail and he couldn't be there. She wasn't a lawyer, but she was just asking for more time. So I said, how about 60 days? She said, that's fine. So nobody was hurt. County's gonna get their money. The young man's gonna be able to take care of those tickets on his time frame. You have to take people as they are when they present themselves to you and just see the whole person. When you wear that black robe, you've gotta have the empathy as well as the legal ability.
Okay, next question. It's gonna be, this is a good one. How does your interpretation of the U.S. and Illinois Constitution inform your rulings on the Second Amendment rights within Cook County's urban context?
Napoleon. Napoleon.
So I want to reiterate the question, make sure I understand it. How does my understanding of the U.S. and Illinois Constitution inform the Second Amendment rights within the community?
Correct.
Urban setting. Urban context. Urban context. I mean, the Second Amendment, as it has been interpreted by the Illinois Supreme Court, permits people to own guns. I mean, that's what the court has said. Within the urban context, I think that there is an issue of what is permitted and what is best. And I think we should question the amount of guns that are in the urban context in our communities, whether that is best for the community at large. There is
The
a
reason
right
why I'm
that the court has
recording all of this,
recognized, but we
because
also
we
have
want
to think
everybody,
about
I want
the
everybody to
environment
see
that we live in
how to do
and
the
what sort of
diplomatic way
environment we want to
of
have both for ourselves and
getting
the
the
families
word
that
out
we
here of who the candidates are and the questions that they answer, so you have a
Next,
better way of reviewing which candidate to vote for them
do
in their
you
area
believe
of Cook
that the
County.
judiciary
So
has
this
a
is the reason why I'm
moral
going all the way to the
responsibility
end.
to act as a
So
check
I hope
on
this helps
structural
anyone
inequality,
that's in the Cook
even if it
County,
means ruling contrary
along with the other
to
content
popular
creators that are
public
there.
sentiment? Why or why not?
That's a great
Again, I
question,
want to thank
particularly at this time.
all in the queue
First of
for
all, judges
allowing
must
me
follow the
to
law.
use
The
live
law was
footage
created by the citizenry.
to
The law was
broadcast
created by
this.
senators such as yourself and representatives to reflect what the people in our community want. So absolutely following the law. We are not to be swayed by public sentiment or comment. That is why you don't see judges making comments on TV when a case is going on. Our job is not to be popular. Our job is to be right. And in being right, we have to represent fully the Constitution, but more importantly, make that a living, breathing thing for the citizens who are affected by it. And we do that on the bench, make an attempt to do that on the bench every day. And I will continue to try to do that as I serve the people of Cook County.
Would you support court procedures or policies that explicitly account for socioeconomic status when determining bail, restitution, or probation conditions? And then explain your rationale.
Say that question again, please.
To support court procedures or policies that explicitly account for socioeconomic status when determining bail, restitution, or probation conditions. Explain your rationale.
And so right now, we're a cash-free society or no bail. Either we're going to retain or keep you in the jails pending your trial, or we're going to release and there's going to be some type of release, what type of monitoring that you will have. And so social economic status should not be considered in that. solely. It is now looked at the crime, your likelihood to harm the public when you're out, or whether or not this is gonna be a danger to release. And so at this point, judges don't get to look at whether or not bail is more of a punishment or whether or not it's realistic that that person can make bail to get out. So for example, before this new reform, you could look at one party, two people could commit the same crime. If someone is making $250,000 a year, giving them a $2,000 bail doesn't mean anything to them. Doesn't stop them from doing anything. You have another person who has $20,000 they make a year, giving them a $2,000 bail might as well just be incarcerating them until they can go to trial. But we don't have that anymore, thank God.
How would your courtroom policies protect the dignity and rights of undocumented immigrants, particularly when the state and federal laws conflict with principles of human rights?
Once again.
How would your courtroom policies protect the dignity and rights of undocumented immigrants, particularly when state and federal laws conflict with principles of human rights?
My courtroom policies would always respect the rights, respect the individuals before me. Rights are being questioned. Our federal government is trying to take away human rights from people who, just because they're undocumented, and, is that my? And we have seen that judges have, one judge in particular was actually arrested for trying to protect human rights of an individual who was undocumented. My courtroom would be absolutely focused on protecting human dignity and human rights. Obviously, judges have to follow the law, and so that's not an option, but we still can respect individuals, and I would seek to do that in every circumstance, including situations involving undocumented immigrants.
Do you believe the judiciary should take a more active role in correcting the systemic failures of capitalism that lead to poverty-based crimes?
So I think that unfortunately, as a judge in the Circuit Court of Cook County, there's no way to affect policy per se. But I definitely think that as a servant of the County of Cook and as a community member of the County of Cook, just as we have parades every holiday, you see your local police force, you see your local fire department, you should also see the judges that are elected to serve in the capacity of a neutral arbiter for people who come before that court. And so judges in the community make a difference. Judges in the community shape and help to form the understanding of specifically what our children decide that they can be. So we know so often that we have kids who don't expect to live beyond a certain age, who don't expect to graduate past 8th grade, who don't expect to go to college and matriculate through college and can't even fathom going to graduate school. So as a member of the community, if our judges are on the ground, in the community, meeting people, meeting families, and visible, then we're already affecting change without policy.
To what extent do you believe restorative justice should be integrated into sentencing for nonviolent offenses? And how would you use your discretion to implement it within the current legal framework?
You know, thank you for that question. I've already mentioned that I've served as a prosecutor. I've already mentioned that I served people as a defense attorney. So one of the things that I recognize is that all people, including those who are accused of crimes and guilty of crimes, are still members of the community. And whether they serve a term of incarceration or are released, they're going to be released to the same community eventually, particularly if they are nonviolent offenders. Recognizing that there's been a movement afoot with many prosecutors' offices throughout the 102 counties of the state of Illinois for deferred prosecution and figuring out ways that make sense because what we have today doesn't.
What is your perspective on jury nullification in cases where the law is applied unjustly, particularly toward working class or politically disenfranchised defendants? Should judges inform jurors of their rights in such cases?
From a theoretical point, I think it should be always up to the jury. But jury nullification is not allowed in our courtrooms at all. Jurors are instructed to follow the law, to import their values, of course, but to follow the instructions. And the instructions are designed to make sure that a person who is found either innocent or guilty are proven innocent or guilty with respect to each and every element. As a judge, your job is to make sure the jury follows your instructions, that they don't bring their biases, their opinions, or the other things that sort of are not evidence, because that's unfair to the person there. You need to make sure that when a person is in the courtroom, that whatever happens to them in terms of the evidence, in terms of the jury, is what's presented in the courtroom that can be cross-examined, that can be challenged, that can be tested. When you ask jurors to bring other things that cannot be challenged, it cannot be tested, it cannot even, sometimes without a questionnaire, even though the person has bias, you're opening up more unfairness. And so you don't want to invite the jurors to bring their own personal values in deciding, particularly in a criminal setting or in a civil setting.
Now, this question is going to be the same question for all of you guys to just go back. You can start with you. You can start here. We're going to go back the other way. Express or explain to the audience your particular skill set, or what do you feel that you bring different or unique to the bench, and why you're the best person, or one of the best persons to lead and be on the bench.
I think as a judge, you're going to see a variety of people, sometimes at their best, sometimes at their worst. But they have families, they have jobs, they have wishes, they have dreams, they have ambition. You've got to understand, as you heard other folks say, meet them where they are, but you got to know where they are. You got to know what they're trying to do. I waited until this time in my life to believe that I'm best qualified to be a judge because of my life experience. I've served in the military, and when you serve in the military, you have to deal with all types of people. I was a platoon commander, okay, and all the way up to the rank of major. So I had to supervise and discipline and guide men and women in a variety of circumstances, from Appalachia to the South, to the East Coast to the West Coast. If you're going to be a judge, to have judgment and to have the temperament and have the insight, you got to have the life experience to know. And I mentioned when I started, I grew up right here. Cook County is a microcosm of our community. I understand what the families are facing here. And I've worked very hard as a private attorney and as a public servant. And so I believe that I am best qualified to do that at this point in my career. Thank you.
How y'all doing? All right, here we go. Again, my name is Ava George Stewart. I had a career before I became an attorney. That separates me from everyone else. And that career was serving people throughout Cook County. I worked and led multiple nonprofits, serving homeless women in Uptown, homeless women and their children in the northwest suburbs, kids in not one, but 2 Head Starts in Lower North community, also known as Chicago Cabrini Green. I've served folks in Inglewood. As an attorney, continuing to serve the people of Cook, my home by choice. I wasn't born here, but I came here when I was 17 to go to Northwestern University, and I stayed. This is home, home by choice. I can continue to best serve the people of Cook County as a judge who understands people of all walks of life, all languages, and serving those who are been amongst our most vulnerable, so that everyone gets justice.
Quite often I say that the devil is in the details. I think that in this TikTok social media environment, people have a very short attention span. Everyone wants to be heard when they stand in the courtroom, whether they have an attorney, whether they don't have an attorney, whether they speak the most eloquently, or whether or not they speak that other language or broken English. So we have to listen. And the most important characteristic for a judge is the ability to not only know the law and be neutral on the law, but to actually listen to the facts that are before them, because those facts that are before them make a difference when a minor is pleading guilty to battery, when that minor may have only been defending herself against bullies at school. That's a case that I've had. That may make a difference to a litigant who's there to pay child support, but when the state's attorney calls the case, can't even pronounce his name correctly. He's there, he knows he needs to pay child support. He's gonna let everyone know what his income is so that the judge can make a ruling, but he needs that human dignity of knowing that his name can at least be pronounced accurately in the court. And finally, not every case, even though you expect the same fact pattern and you know the law, and so you're anticipating giving it a certain outcome, is always ready for that outcome. We've talked about no bail, no cash bail. We've talked about mitigation in cases. The devil is in the details. Judges need to listen.
What sets me apart and makes me highly qualified is a combination of my experiences, not just my legal practice, not just my 30 years and trial work, conducting hundreds of trials and supervising lawyers and teaching them how to do trials, appearing before dozens of judges. That is all foundation. But my life experience too gives me a different perspective. And my perspective is absolutely that of a servant. I've been a public servant my whole career, but I also serve the public in many other ways through working with a safe haven to feed the homeless, working with Sarah's Inn to help domestic violence survivors. I volunteer, play the keyboard at my church. I do all kinds of public service because I am a public service-minded individual. Judges are paid by taxpayer funds, and so they're public servants. I bring my servant heart to this role and my care and concern for people, and I believe I'll be a great judge because of that.
Hi again, Michelle Luckett. I think that all your experiences, whether they're educational experiences or life experiences, or my experience sets me apart or will make me a great judge. At the age of 19, while in college, I lost my mother from cancer. I was pregnant with my son. I didn't know what I would do. She was a single mother who had to work 2-3 jobs at times to make ends meet. And I had to keep going and be motivated with no one there to really guide me. That same determination and drive is gonna make me the best judge for you. I have been all walks of life. So during that time of being an undergrad through college, I relied on food handouts. I struggled to get where I was at. So when you walk into my courtroom, I'm gonna be able to have that empathy because those type of things gives you the empathy. And although judges have to rule within the law and within reason, we have some discretion. And I like to call it grace. But sometimes you have to look at the person that's in front of you and give grace and figure out a collaborative way of getting the results that they need. Yes, sometimes there's gonna be a win or loss, but sometimes there's a middle ground. And I think from having practiced in so many areas that I have, I know that. It's not just a guilty or not guilty. Sometimes there's a collaborative effect that needs to happen, and good judges do that.
I don't come before you today, folks, telling you or theorizing what I might do as a judge. I am a judge. I have been so seated since December of last year. And what I've done over the last 6 or 7 months is that I've learned. When I came into this position, you sit in an elevated seat as a judge because you look down on people. What I realized, though, is that theoretically I had to bring that seat down to the level of the people in front of me. The first thing I say to people when they come in my courtroom every day is, "Good morning, how are you doing?" And I listen for their answer. And the reason I do is because I'm there to serve them. I'm not there to serve myself. I'm not there to elevate myself. I'm there to serve them. These are things I may not have known before I became a judge. But once you become a judge, it is humbling, And you fight every day to make sure those people who are afraid, who are scared, and who are in pain are listened to. That requires patience, that requires a everyday development of more patience so that you can actually do your job correctly. I love the job that I do. I am honored that I've been asked to continue to serve in this capacity, and I will continue to fight hard to make you all in this room proud of me as a judge.
Time.
I am a sitting judge as well, and when people come into my courtroom, they do often come in with a lot of emotion. There's frustration, there's anger, there's fear, and my personality is such that I'm an active listener, and I'm also someone who cares, and I believe that that is perceived by the litigants who come into my courtroom. I'm able to de-escalate the tension in the courtroom, speak to people, find out what is really going on, what their real frustrations and concerns are, and am able to help, sort of, again, bring the temperature down and be able to help people process their cases effectively. I am an active listener, and there's a lot going on in a courtroom. There's the clerks, there's the litigants, there's the deputies. So being able to listen to all of those parties and being able to resolve and address their concerns while moving cases along at the same time is a skill that I believe I've honed over the past 6 or so months since I've served as a judge. Thank you.
Stand here. Again, thanks everyone. My name is Mike Kevinarji. I'm also a sitting judge. I think some of the things that set me apart is the Illinois Supreme Court had many qualified candidates they looked at to appoint to the bench, but they selected me. That's based upon my broad and diverse legal experience, but also just a little bit about me as a person. I'm a first-generation American. My dad came over to this country when he was 18 years old. I'm the first person in my family to go to college. I'm the first person in my family to be a lawyer and go to law school. Again, we bring that lived experience with us. And just give you one example that just happened today. Someone stepped up on a $500 fine, asked how they were going to pay it. They said, "I don't know, Your Honor." I said, "You want to convert that to community service instead?" They said, "Can I?" I said, "Yeah, let's make that 30 hours of community service." They're going to give back to a church, Boys and Girls Club, nonprofit in their community. The community is going to benefit, but it's not going to be in cash, it's going to be in service. Like I said at the top, you have to meet people where they are, but not leave them there. And I've learned that as a judge right now, and with your support, I'll be elected to a full term. Again, I'm Mike Kevinarji. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, give a round of applause to Circuit Court candidates. Thank you guys for participating and coming out, and looking forward to you visiting in the future. Next up, we're going to have the 17th Sub-Circuit. Judges, I missed all that. I just didn't want to interrupt.
That's for last, right? You have enough section. Cut it up. Yeah. Cut out all. Bring it up. Just all right. You do. Napoleon used to send everything to the Friday.
last but certainly not least. We'll make it up to you. Y'all. So we're just gonna go through the same format. I'm gonna ask some questions. I'm just gonna choose and pick the questions. But I want you guys to go through with your introduction, state your name, the office that you're running for, and the reasons why you're seeking office. All right? And then we're just gonna go through with a little Q&A.
Can you hear me? Can you guys hear me? Here we go. So he said a little Q&A, right? I'm gonna be brief. Thank you guys so much for staying here and listening. You know, we're down on the down ballot, right? The judges make decisions that change people's lives every day. So it's very important for you to stay here tonight to hear all of the judges that are coming up here. And it's also very important when you're in the ballot booth, right? To go all the way to the down ballot. My name is Meredith Hammond. I'm a candidate for judge for the 17th Sub-Circuit of Cook County. I've been an attorney for nearly 25 years. So I always say I'm grown and sexy, right? I have some lived experiences. Currently, I am the first Deputy General Counsel for the Clerk of the Circuit Court. I have also served as an administrative law judge for the Illinois Department of Employment and Security, where I supervised 11 administrative law judges. I've been a business owner, an entrepreneur, had my own practice for several years. I still have it, but I don't, practice primarily there anymore. But I have done probate law, trust and estates planning, real estate, mortgage foreclosure defense, labor and employment law. I've run the gamut in the civil area of law. I've also have an undergraduate degree in computer science and software development, where I was a lead negotiator for a $4 billion software services company. Again, I think judges make the decisions that change people's lives every day. And I am running for judge in the 17th Sub-Circuit of Cook County. You gotta forgive me, it's late. We're working hard to get through this, okay?
Good evening, thanks for staying, thanks for allowing us to speak. My name is Amari Dawson. I am also a candidate in the 17th Sub-Circuit as a judicial candidate. I'm tired too, so please excuse me. I am cut out for this job. I am compassionate, I am unbiased when it comes to applying the law, and I am trained. I have been an attorney for over 20 years. I started out in a nonprofit organization. I was the director of community corrections and interventions, and that organization was located in Inglewood. I was certified in restorative justice, and those practices I have taught to others. Currently, I am a prosecutor. In that role, I have trial experience for 13 years, also appellate advocacy for 5 years. Currently, I ensure that convictions are proper. There are some times where I also have made decisions. You'll hear from me later. Thank you.
Good evening, Good evening, everybody. Can you hear me? I am Natalia Moore, and I'm running for judge in the 17th Sub-Circuit. Currently, I am a lead assistant state's attorney. I supervise about 20 attorneys. I've trained over 150 attorneys, some of whom are judges now. I have been fighting for equality and civil rights for most of my life. Many of you have heard of Emmett Till. Well, Emmett Till's mother, Mamie Till Mobley, was my godmother. And at a young age, I started traveling with her, fighting for civil rights and fighting for equality, which is why I became a prosecutor, so I can fight on the inside. So now I am fighting on the inside, and as a judge, I would do that for you as well. I am the vice president of the National Black Prosecutors Association. I'm the people's candidate. I've started a program called Prosecutors in the Classroom, whereby we go into the classrooms and we teach our young people how to settle disputes without fighting. We teach them how to stay out of the criminal justice system. We teach them what their rights are as citizens. I've partnered with a nonprofit organization that advocates for senior citizens who have been victims of scams. We help them get their money back, get their property back. We teach them the scams that are out now and help them to avoid becoming victims of scams. I've also worked with a nonprofit organization on criminal expungements to expunge the records of those who paid their debt to society and want to be productive citizens. So as you can see, my job and my life has been giving back to people, and that's what I plan to do on the bench, is to give back in equality and to also favor the law and apply the law favorably across the board. A judge should never look at what you look like, where you come from, how much money you have in deciding your case. And that's the kind of judge that I will be when you elect me.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Bianca Brown. I am running for Cook County Circuit Court Judge in the 17th Sub-Circuit. I have been practicing law for 15 years. I am a career public servant, not just at one agency, but at 4. Most recently, I was the chief at Chicago Transit Authority, where I ran the torts division. If anybody doesn't know that, I represented the bus operators as well as the train operators. Many of you, I'm sure, have family members who are bus and train operators. From there, prior to that, I was at the Cook County State's Attorney's Office. Well, I did what most people don't do. Everybody's in criminal. I was on the civil side doing federal civil rights. A lot of the people that I had cases against were pro se litigants who actually were in the Cook County Jail. And then from that point on, prior to that, I was at the Illinois Attorney General's office, where I actually was the regional director for the entire south side of Chicago. My office was on 79th and Cottage Road, then moved over to 83rd and Sunny Island. Thank you.
So I have a list of questions. We'll go down. You keep it. We're gonna start with you and then go back. First question for you is, how do you define justice in a courtroom where legal literacy, representation, and socioeconomic privilege is unequally distributed?
Well, I am a trial attorney, a real trial attorney. I do jury trials. And so with that being said, it's been very important when I'm doing a trial that there are the jury pool there. And so when you have that, you have people from different economic backgrounds, some working class, poverty, to all the way to upper class. And from that point, I, as a litigant, trying to get the best jury possible for my client, was taught that you have to make sure that that doesn't matter. You have to look at people where they are, you have to get people where they stand, and you have to make sure that the people that come and make sure that you're gonna get the individuals that you know who can get to the community that you want and get the result that you need.
Next question. In your view, does Cook County court system serve the public or the state? And how does your answer influence your judicial philosophy?
Well, what I can tell you is, as a lead attorney, I train attorneys, and the one thing I train them on is being fair. I always train my attorneys on the 3 principles: integrity, equality, and respect. So I let them know, as prosecutors, you're not here to win a case. You're here to do what's right. And integrity means doing what's right even when I'm not watching you. So the Cook County, the courtrooms that I supervise, I believe that they are courtrooms of integrity and of equality because I make sure of it.
So that leads me to the next question. How would you interpret the law in a case where the legal outcome is technically correct, but clearly morally unjust? Should the bench even operate as a platform for moral correction? And if so, what's the boundary?
As a judge, I am charged with following the law. My slogan is impartial interpretation with equitable application. That means that everyone does not deserve the same thing. You must look at the circumstances of each case. There are no 2 cases that are alike. There are no 2 backgrounds that are alike. So, in executing those duties, as I stated before, I am currently executing duties, making sure that the law is applied equitably and ensuring that convictions are proper. In other circumstances, I have ensured that there's enough evidence to charge people with crimes. I will make sure that everyone is treated fairly and with respect and with dignity, as they should be.
Cook County's criminal justice system is under increasingly pressure to balance community safety with decarceration goals. How do you interpret the role of judicial discretion in a system of critics arguing to disproportionately punish poverty?
I don't believe in disproportionately punishing impoverished citizens or litigants. I believe in following the law, as so many others have stated, but I also believe in applying the law fairly and equitably. And when there's an opportunity, as someone else had said, I think, to apply judicial discretion, I think we should take into account people's circumstances and apply it in that manner. You know, I don't know if I have enough time to tell this story, but I was in a room full of individuals who had been formerly incarcerated. One of the individuals had expressed to several of us that when he was before a judge on the bench, that the judge had to apply the law strictly. However, she decided that she was going to speak life into this individual, and it changed because he went to jail for 10 years, but he said that she changed his life by speaking life into him. And so I believe in that. I heard him and think that that can be done as well, following the law, but also, you know, talking to the people who come before me. Now, I don't have to practice criminal law, but if I were to, you know, practice or sit on the bench in the criminal area of law, that's how I could apply the law and speak life into the individuals that come before me.
Okay, thank you. Many judges claim to be impartial, yet data shows disparities in rulings based on race, class, and gender. Can you articulate how your own identity, background, and lived experiences may influence your approach to justice?
Yes, I have served in many roles within a courtroom. I have been a victim, I have been a witness, I have sat in that chair for many different reasons. I have exercised restorative justice practices within the courtroom. I am a product of diversion. I will definitely treat those who come before me fairly. A lot of attorneys, at least in our communities, want to be defense attorneys. Defense attorneys fight an uphill battle. I chose to be a prosecutor. I chose to be a prosecutor so that our people and those who are disadvantaged will be treated fairly. We need someone in the courtroom who will be treated fairly. I know, when I was in the courtroom, the prosecutor treated me fairly, not the defense attorney. I will be fair.
Next question. Do you believe that judges have a role to play in influencing public policy? And if so, how do you engage with that responsibility without crossing into legislative activism?
Thank you for that question. It's interesting, I got that question. I was just speaking on this with my mentor, Appellate Court Justice Carl Anthony Walker. We were talking about this, applying the law and how it affects public policy. And the one thing he told me was that sometimes you have to make a ruling and then allow the law to catch up. Because sometimes the law is still a step behind. And he said he got that from the Honorable Thurgood Marshall. And it makes sense. Sometimes the law is so far behind and society has advanced and the law is still back in it, and its application in the past has been inequitably done. So we have to apply it correctly and then allow the appellate court, allow the Supreme Court to overturn that particular law. So I would stand on the fact that there are some times that you have to make a ruling against the law and allow the law to catch up.
And that leads to this next question, which is a combination of that. Some legal scholars argue that the law is not just a set of rules, but a living instrument that must adapt to the social consciousness of its time. How do you reconcile with that theory?
I agree with it, to a certain extent. I think that as judges, it's important that we are implementing the laws as they are, but we are also using our lived experiences and bringing that into the courtroom as well. It's very important when you can know of your own implicit bias, because we all have it. I spent part of my career, when I'm not in the courtroom, teaching other lawyers about implicit biases that affect the laws that we have to deal with and we have to implement. And so, although as a judge, I would have to implement the law as it's stated, as a community servant, I would do what I needed to do to be in the community. And if it's not something that I agree with, make sure that I do that, and not necessarily do legislation, but definitely speak and arm the community with the resources and knowledge that they need to make sure that either A, they're not in that courtroom dealing with that law, and B, that the politicians that make that legislation understand that what it actually is doing inside the courtroom.
Thank you. At this time, we're gonna allow each one of the candidates to have basically your closing arguments and to say your reason for running for the office and what's your skill set that you bring or are willing to bring to the bench, like your superpower, your legal superpower. What do you bring to this particular seat, and how do you plan on using it in your capacity? Yes, it's gonna go down.
Okay. I actually knew I wanted to be a judge before I knew I had to be a lawyer in order to be a judge. I started my career, I've been practicing for 15 years, and I started my career knowing that I was gonna be here. This was very intentional for me. And I knew that I wanted to be here with a balanced perspective, which is why I've worked for 4 agencies, very successful at it, and also given to the community in each one of my roles. And so that is why I believe that I'm the perfect person to represent the community in which we serve. I'm the perfect person to represent 17th Sub-Circuit on the bench. And I'm gonna make sure that the balanced perspective that I've fought so hard in my 15 years to attain is definitely felt by the community in which I'm gonna serve.
I bring my experience, I bring my passion for people, I bring my passion for equality for all people. I bring my 3 platforms, my integrity, my equality, and my respect. Because you know, the more integrity we have in our courtrooms, the more equality we have in our courtrooms, and the more respect we have in our courtrooms, the merrier we'll all be. So I want you to remember the more, the merrier. I'm Natalia Moore.
I will bring to the courtroom life experiences, education, and training. I am the daughter of community activists, and I have been active all my life in individual capacities and within the community. I also sit on the board for the National Black Prosecutors Association as vice president, former president, and I co-chair vice president of membership for the national board. I am a representative of the community in so many different ways. I am not the person with a high school diploma. I am a teenage mother. I am a single mother. I am the community, and I strive to help the community. I know we don't have a lot of time here, but there are many more facets to my life. I have served in the criminal realm, the civil realm. I've helped to uphold the law. I've also helped with expungement summits, taught life skills to students. I've worked for DOC. I've had 3 professional careers as well. I've gone into the juvenile temporary detention centers to teach the youth just basic life skills as well as educational skills, help them to obtain their GEDs. I worked for the Chicago Legal Advocacy for Incarcerated Mothers. I was a volunteer. I received a service award for that, teaching mothers within the Cook County Jail how to retain custody of their children while they're in prison. The list goes on and on. I know you're tired. Please vote Amari Dawson, March 17, 2026. Thank you.
Again, I'm Meredith Hammer, work ethic. Strong work ethic. I went to law school in the evenings while I worked full time. It was hard, right? But I got through it, I pushed through it. I often say, you know, nobody can outwork me, right? I'm out here in these streets meeting people. I
Okay.
believe that
I'm gonna go
the
ahead and
goal
end
is
my
to make sure
broadcast
that
for the
kids
night. I'm
understand
sorry,
where
everybody,
they're
but I'm a
from.
little tired. Because
Again,
I'm
I
in
think
Washington
that's why it's so
D.C., so it's
important. Nobody has
11:36
to
my
agree
time,
with me.
10:36 their
Meeting
time.
you, talking
So
to
I'm
you,
just gonna give it, call it a night.
helping you to understand
Any
things when it
further
comes
you
to your
want to finish
relationship.
watching this, you can go
I'm
over
just
to
simply gonna
All in the
say we have a
Queue,
family time.
Vivian
My name is Mary Leander. You can find out
channel
more about me.
from
Mary
Dalton.
Leander for Judge,
I
membership
think
for policy
No
Friday.
Apologies Just Me recorded
Thank you.
also. So you can go over to any of those channels and finish watching the
Give a
rest
round
of
of
this.
applause
And
for
I'm gonna
the
call it a night right now. All right, hold on.
second.
I don't know. The mic is playing.
Just a reminder, this was an initiative of a resident who said to me at one of our meetings to make sure that we had candidates come out to express themselves, to hear their views when it was their time and not just during election time. So this is one of those measures. It wasn't quote unquote political in nature. This is more so an informative measure for people to understand the choices that they have the ability to make. So thank you for your time. Enjoy the time. You guys have a good night.
Okay, the meeting is over anyway. So
Drive home
they
safe.
all they got a chance to all of them got a chance to speak. I got a chance to witness it, and along with you. Again, thank you for um, being on here with me tonight. And again, have a good night, and y'all be safe. And to all my Foxy Angels and to all the replayers, if you don't mind hitting the thumbs up, the likes, and also if you haven't already subscribed, subscribe to my channel. I would really appreciate it. Thank you, and have a good night.